Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, our ongoing D&D campaign. We're here with episode 5 of our ongoing campaign. And if you guys tuned in last week, then I hope you caught the absolute shenanigans wherein I made my players scream at the revealed betrayal of one of their most trusted companions. We'll be starting the game in 30 minutes. As always, this first 30 minutes is just a little bit of time for everybody to kind of say hi, chat with us, be to chat with the players. So we are going to hop into that after one short announcement. As always, the music that you're listening to now and the music that you'll be hearing throughout the game and through the stream is courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music. That's Tabletop RPG Music on YouTube and on Patreon, so give them a look. Also, just to let you guys know, we do have homebrew content that we release semi-regularly through our Patreon, so not only does a Patreon subscription to us support the stream and the ongoing campaign, it means that if you subscribe at the $3 tier or above, you get access to cool homebrew items, such as the Etheric Transcriptor and the Knowledge System that I just recently released. And that's patreon.com/thegrinninggamer. Now, we will hop back in with our players. Hello, everybody. Let's move over into the game channel.
Alright.
Excellent. Good, that way everybody can see us. Cool. Well, welcome back. I hope some of you have recovered slightly from the horror of last week.
Yes, I think I am over that panic attack.
Good. Good.
No active panic attack, but I have adrenaline.
Still got the adrenaline flowing a whole week later. Excellent.
Whenever Netheresa wakes up, she just rises up like a vampire from the bed.
Amazing. Alright.
She's just like Varian.
Varian! While we're waiting for everybody to arrive to the stream, I'm gonna see if I can fix this damn bot so that it's not posting merch ads every 5 minutes, because that's really annoying.
Ew.
Yeah. Let's see. Timers.
What's the bot called?
Oh, it's the Stream Elements bot. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It literally is every 5 minutes.
Well, I'm getting warm. I gotta take off my sweater.
Where's my Teespring link? I can actually slot that in now so that it posts that. Right. I need to actually pull that up.
Rex, I just imagine you go to like edit the
That's
bot
great.
so it's not spamming merch every 5 minutes, and you're like, 5 is too much. Let me just set it to 10.
Yes, yes, just a little bit of spam. Just a tad.
You know, they gotta know I've got the merch.
Exactly. Okay. Yes, that's right, everybody. We do have merch available for a limited time until we inevitably close the Stream Elements store. There are desk mats available of the Cardinal Argi, so you can get those while you can. But eventually, we're gonna move everything over to Teespring, which, unfortunately, does not offer desk mats.
Aw.
But it's the merch on there is much cheaper. Like the crop hoodies that are on Stream Elements are like $50. And the crop hoodies that are on Teespring are $35, and we get the same amount of profit.
Wow.
So like Teespring is just better in the long run anyway.
Yeah.
I love the beans mug, personally.
Yes, I need to put that on the Teespring store. Actually, I think that's the one.
Mug?
There's a beans mug. Yes.
There's a beans mug.
I slapped the beans emote on the mug. Beans. Beans. Beans.
Hello.
Hello.
Up-a-san.
How goes it?
Hello.
I am doing well. It's good to be here.
It is good to
Did you
have
get
you.
your Sanic?
I just did.
I knew it.
I have my habits.
It's
It's
alright.
like, just got
okay
back
to be
from
predictable.
Sonic, got my 2 gallons of ice cream.
And we're ready to roll.
Yes.
Chocolate chip chunk cookie dough. No,
They
I
forgot-
don't know.
They forgot the chocolate this time.
No.
So it's just vanilla.
How
Wow.
dare they?
I know, right? But it is also still ice cream.
That is true.
I also got a burger because I kind of had a late-ish lunch for dinner thing, so I'm going to make sure I'm coherent and have food.
Bad.
Oh yes. Coherent for the escapades to ensue.
Oh,
Yes.
100%, yes.
I'm really curious what Nathrisa's gonna do.
Does Nathrisa know what Nathrisa is going to do? Because it
And-
almost seems
Is
Jewel
Nathrisa
does.
out
Nathrisa has no
for?
idea.
Is Nathrisa out for only 4 hours or 8 hours?
That's
Because
actually a great question.
a
Technically, she only needs to
meditation
sleep
would be
4.
4.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't know. I suppose I will leave that decision to Rex
Because if you sleep for 4, then you wake up at the same time that Aelin does. Well, actually, probably slightly earlier than Aelin does, which means I would be sleeping next to you when you wake up. But if it's 8 hours, then I wouldn't be there when you wake up.
right. That would make a difference.
Well, do you think the trauma would be enough to have knocked her out for longer?
I feel like this should be a
That's a-
dice roll.
Okay.
It was a pretty
Let's leave
big.
it to the fates.
Constitution
Yeah.
saving throw then.
Leave it to the gods.
Should I do it at the beginning or should I do it now?
You can do it whenever.
Okay.
yeah.
I'll do it now so we know what to prepare for.
need to put more gas in my car, but I don't want to do it.
16.
16 is reasonably decent. I think that
Yeah.
she'd be fine.
Okay. Then I will have it be 4 hours.
Right.
I have a
Then
plan
I'll
for
be-
that then.
Right back.
I'll be asleep next to you then when you wake up. Only for like a little bit though.
Yeah, because I mean, you didn't fall asleep too much longer after me.
Uh-huh. Like
We
10
shall
minutes
see.
after you were passed out, then I went to sleep.
Thought that I'd done that
Uh.
already. Hmm?
Oh, hey.
Yeah,
Shabam.
I thought that on one of the previous streams I'd made you mod, but
Oh, neat. I don't know anything about moderating on Twitch, but thank
it's
you.
fine. It was mostly just so that you could post links,
Ah.
because that exempts you from being smacked by the
The
bot.
auto mute.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not auto mute, but auto delete. I remember I
Exactly,
like posted
yeah.
a link and then like the bot like yelled at me and it's like, you can't do that.
Yeah, speaking of,
Ah.
can I actually get each of the players to make a post in the chat so that I can mod them easily?
I will when I get home.
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
do.
Or
Also,
like,
Rex, for the Angel of War art, I'm just gonna redraw it.
Okay. If you think you can, that'd be great, because a higher DPI would be excellent. Okay.
I might be able to take the file and have it in higher resolution
No.
depending on the
thing-
original.
The thing is that the
We
original
tried.
was made on a really small canvas. Like even
Oh.
in my art viewer, like it was the line art was pixelated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you would have to like upscale and redraw the line art.
Yeah, which is fine. It's not like I have to redo a sketch or anything. It's just drawing over what I already did.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be fabulous, though, because we can get it in a high enough resolution. Like, if you can... I wish that Psy supported larger canvas sizes than it does, because if it did, then we could get it poster size, but I don't think that's possible in a good resolution.
No, it crashed a couple times, even just trying
Mhm.
to double the size.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah, I might need to look
Fine
into.
for
I mean,
me.
if I'm going to be making more merch, I'm going to need to look into another program.
There's that, and then doing it in vector, or trying to convert it to vector.
Yeah,
Is that-
it won't convert to vector because Psy unfortunately is raster. I was going over this with her yesterday. But what method do you use to draw in Netheresa? Do you use like a drawing pad?
I do. I use a Wacom tablet.
Okay, you can try.
Wacom, sponsor me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wacom, sponsor us, quick. What is it? You can try the program that I use, which is Inkscape, but I don't know how well that will like work with a tablet. Because Inkscape is closer to Illustrator, which it's for vector art, but that means that it's mostly about like it draws shapes and lines, and it doesn't usually deal with straight like pen to paper style stuff. So like literally for shading, you would have to draw a shape and fill. Instead of like just brushing it in.
Ooh, that
Yeah.
is a no-go for
I
me.
mean, it
Hey,
really
Kodiak.
sounds like what you could do is just draw in Psy, and then if you had access to Photoshop, upscale it
No,
there.
that's not how it works. It's as soon as you export it, the pixels are locked, so you upscale it and you just see the pixels. But Kodiak here in the chat says Clip Studio is their favorite program. It's up there with Photoshop and goes on sale a lot, so maybe look into that.
Okay.
Thanks for the suggestion, Kodiak. Appreciate that.
If you want to toss me a piece so I can play around in Illustrator with a little bit, I'd be happy to do that.
You want to see what you can do? I mean, I don't know if the Angel of War original that I have is going to be salvageable, but if you want me to send it anyway, I can.
Yeah,
Just
so
do. Yeah, it's worth a shot.
your art is very clean, like to the point that I thought that it was vector art to begin with. Like the way that you do your shapes. It's very like clean cut edges and everything. Also,
Yes,
thank you, Kodiak.
I do pride myself on my line art being very crisp.
I actually think it would be cool with the drawings that you did with the Cardinal Argi together, is if you had like little individual versions of those.
I did make those.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
We separated out each of the characters for
because they each have their own.
Yeah.
Like they each have their own like folder of line art with colors and stuff.
The at the sizes that they are, I'm not going to be able to do T-shirts with them, but anything smaller is perfectly doable. Like mugs, simple merch. We have in the Teespring store. There's an option for like the metal tumblers. You know.
Ooh, that would be cute.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
So,
I just had a great.
I just had an idea.
Sorry.
One at a
I
time.
did too, but you go first.
Nathrisa, did you like the banner I made? The
But,
second version.
let me go look real quick. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to upload this to
Sorry,
Amazon.
actually, third version, the one with the. text
Oh, I
corrected.
remember
Yeah.
because you there was a typo at
Spelled
first.
a typo. Yes.
Yes. Let me go
The
look.
third version.
The third version. Okay, this is the.
Ooh. Also, Netherisa Kodiak says that Clip Studio costs just $50 right now.
It's only $50. Oh shit. Okay. But yeah,
Thank you.
Cadre, I really do. I like the almost filigree like design to it. I just wish the background wasn't white. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's easily fixable.
Yeah, if we can actually do it with a transparent background, then that would be brilliant.
Yeah, I'm
so
just
you
thinking.
can layer it over something else.
Yeah. That way also it looks better on like shirts because the shirts are gonna have multiple colors for the fabric.
it's a
Okay, yeah, totally. I can do that. The idea that I had was that, basically, you know how in furry art commissions, like they'll have like the geometric shape, and then they'll have the character set over the shape, and then they'll have a white background.
Kind of. I think that I'd need an example.
Hold on 1 minute. That'll take me approximately 5 minutes.
Each years, I can't spell.
I think, yeah, they said it's a one-time purchase, so which is already a massive benefit over Adobe, because Adobe
Absolutely,
is
because you have to renew
subscription service,
every
yeah.
year. And it's so. Oh my god. Okay, so I used to have Photoshop
Disgusting.
Elements, and disgusting, and I had to, I had to renew it like once a
I'm gonna
year,
post
and
this in the private chat. It
was like $100.
Adult, but
Yeah, private chat would be great. Cool.
oh fuck.
Yeah, okay, I see. I like the geometric shape. I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea would be to kind of invert that. So you'd have this, the banner that I'm talking about, and then you'd have the individual version of Nathrisa's drawing put over this piece on one side, so offset, or it would be like half on, half off. So the character would be half on this splash, half off this splash on the left-hand side, on the background, and the individual character thing that Nathrisa drew would have the transparent background, so it'd be just the character. And then you'd have this splash underneath them, but set on the colored background of the shirt.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's a great idea, actually.
And I
I'm
could do
sorry.
this
I'm
for
a little tipsy, so that didn't that didn't come in very clear for me.
But
1 second,
basically,
yeah.
imagine Netheresa, transparent background for that, and then the character placed on the left side, where they're partly covering the design.
Oh, I see. Okay, I get you.
But yeah, there was white background.
Like
would still be
layering,
there, so it'd
some
be
layering
square.
going on.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. I see you.
It'd keep the white background, so it looked like this kind of. It'd have that geometric shaped vibe to it.
It's only $50. Fuck it, I'm buying it now.
But maybe
She's like, "You know
before
what?"
you go all in on it, see if there's a trial version and give it a test run first to make sure
Oh,
that it's.
You're right. There is a
Mhm.
trial version. Let me.
Yeah.
Let me give
Make
it a
sure that it's
go.
something that actually suits your style.
Yeah, because if I hate it, I'm gonna be angry.
This is the other banner I did. This one I did for my Twitch, my own Twitch channel.
Oh, up to 3 months
Oh,
free.
Speaking of, Cadre, is your Twitch channel up and running yet?
It's on. I mean, I can. Hold on.
And post something in the just put a message in the Twitch chat really quick so that I can set you to mod.
Oh, yeah, 1 second. 8,000 things. Hold on.
Yeah, no, this will be the easy version. If you just post in the chat, I can set you to mod it, and I can do a shout out to your channel. Okay. Sweet.
I actually
cool.
had a kind of different idea, but it's regarding the picture that you drew for Aelin. If we had it almost, I don't want to say redone, but if we had it drawn in like a stained glass like style.
Whoa.
Whose cop is that? Is that my sister?
There you go.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of tools in here.
Yeah. The moderator view has a bunch of tools. You don't have to pay much attention to them right now. It's partly just to exempt you from the bot smackdowns, and partly so that if I'm busy with something, you guys can smack the inevitable
That is
bots
my
that come in
sister.
here asking if I want to be famous.
I believe my Twitch channel is up and running. I do have a banner and a logo and stuff.
Mhm.
I have set up OBS to function, but I have not done any Starbound streaming as I wanted to.
Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're famous to me. Thank you, Lothus. That's
If I
all
could
I
become
ever
more
wanted.
consistent
Would you say, Hoppison?
If I could be more consistent with streaming, I've got a channel as well, but I don't use it quite as much as I would want to.
We should all just I don't know how. Can you rebroadcast something on your own channel without it necessarily being a raid?
You can, yes, it's hosting. So if you go to your stream manager, there's a button on the right side that says host a channel, and then you just type in the channel's name, select it, and it'll be up at the top of your channel. There'll always be the banner, and then if you have a recent stream, it'll be auto-playing a VOD, but then you can, underneath it, they can tab over and see the channel that you're hosting, and watch it from your channel.
That's interesting. That's not what I'm going for. That's really cool, this effect.
Which effect?
Oh, are you editing the image?
Yeah, I'm letting it do the image trace to kind of go over it and copy over into a vector format.
Yeah.
And some of the results are not what I'm expecting, but kind of cool.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to
it's
see. You gotta show me.
vector tracing can be kind of funny sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what the best way to do this. Let me just
Alright, I'm on my channel.
People also upload a ton of brushes you can download and use for free. Oh, that's neat. That's excellent.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Because I would love to have some like repeat brushes for like lace or for glitter or
Yeah.
things that need to cover a large surface, but I don't want to do individual dots.
Could I do
Yeah.
a stream into the Discord before everything starts? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's fine. It shouldn't affect anything.
Okay.
How the heck do I host?
So that should show what I'm poking at right now.
Do
Ooh, let me
you-
look.
Did you find your creator dashboard?
Okay,
So
that
this is-
is a little more specific.
Yeah,
Let's
this is-
see.
Sorry.
There are
this is
creator
this is untraced.
Mhm.
Here's one of the effects I end up getting with it.
Oh shit! Looks like pop art.
Yeah. And it's all vector actually, so
And then once you get to your stream manager, Mako, you're gonna look at the right side
look
where
like
it says
Laudna.
quick actions. You look like Laudna.
Yeah, look.
Oh, okay, I gotta see this. Hold on.
Yeah. Zoom out.
There, I host you.
Like with the like
Ooh.
the black blood going down my leg.
Oh yeah, that looks fucking cool.
So that's one of the
Yeah.
effects that I end up with.
Alright.
Also goes right. There we go.
Thank you for the host, Mako.
I love that little sound.
Yeah.
So this is the best. This is high
I am
fidelity
known for
trace.
now.
That's kind of cool. It looks like it still looks like pop art kind of situation.
Wait,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
This
Oh,
is
that
actually
It didn't come out terrible or anything, but I think it's just the original quality of the image. It's just
it's a
not
bit
there.
low. But yeah, you can see this. It did the actual like vector trace, like all these.
I saw. That's fucking sick.
Yeah, vector art is fantastic. Vector art is difficult to master.
I know. I'm scared. What are you making me do?
I highly recommend. Inkscape is free. Get Inkscape, experiment with it. See if it works with the tablet, and if it doesn't, forget about it. Do the trial of the one that Kodiak recommended for sure, and see how that works. Because if that's like Photoshop, then you're not going to have the same problems with canvas size. So you can just make massive images and
For that, would I just still do PNGs?
yes. PNGs are the format that allows for transparency.
Yes, that's
So-
what I was doing with the other ones. But
Which we're gonna need for the merch. Otherwise, everything's
Yeah.
just gonna be boxes.
Wait, what do we need for the merch? I
Yeah.
had a zone out moment.
For anything that we're doing with merch, we're gonna need PNG files because PNG files allow for transparency.
You just removed the background. How did this happen? What?
It's like, bam, background gone.
Vector trace does weird cool
Yeah.
things.
Vector trace.
We're gonna
So that's
finish
it turned the entire
That's
image
finishing
into
right-
all these layers. Oh my god, look at all these
Oh,
layers.
Oh
Lord.
my
Kodiak,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
super
Hold on,
exciting.
nine.
That's the
I'm
automated
exhausted.
process.
Number of layers. Wow. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is what it does. Kodiak, when you finish up your first hood, you should send me a picture, by the way. Also, I don't think you're in the Discord, Kodiak.
Oh wow.
You can like, what the hell is happening?
It's just like every different color section that's a different color he can grab.
I know it looks
Yeah.
cool as hell.
It's like it does.
I took a part of
yeah.
your neck.
Slightly different.
I love that
shade.
it kept my titty glow.
Teeth.
My
It
titty
did,
glow
yeah.
was shiny. Yeah, my
It
little
also
titty
did
shiny.
something. How do you-
Amazing.
I'm not the best at Here we go. Yeah, there we go. I can really just.
Make it just pointy.
I can do things like ruin it like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
That's like a super interesting effect. That's almost like I don't know,
how
like
to
a
call it.
watercolor. It's like a watercolor effect, like a bleed kind
Uh-huh.
of.
yeah, it's wild.
Pretty neat. Like I'd almost consider.
It's like a watercolor stained glass window.
Yes. That sounds about right.
Do the Aelin one. Do the Moonchild.
All right. Well, it's 10:30.
Oh,
so
true. Okay.
We'll
It's next time.
Yeah, we'll deal with that another time. But for now, welcome back, everybody, to Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. Let me pause that. And we're going to go to get these last few things set up. All right. There you go, everybody. Also, Netherisa, I love that you discovered the song that I was going to use on your own.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you posted Fading Hope.
Oh!
And I was like, ha ha ha. So. Hello, Dante Ironclaw. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, you're just in time to watch our session tonight start. Let me get my audio up. Annoying a kangaroo.
That's a buddy of mine.
I presumed as soon as I saw that. Well. Y'all can hit play on your music whenever you like.
Oh.
Welcome, everybody, to episode 5 of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. Last week, we left the Cardinal Argi broken and confused, having escaped the confines of the ruined manor within the wood, taking an offer from a mysterious cloaked figure. They then treated with this individual that they shortly identified as a Cheshire, one Shusha Avalon. They made offerings to this creature of items of value and sentiment in exchange for information, but quickly learned that information can harm just as much as it helps. In the process of receiving their aid, the party learned of the betrayal that would hurt them the most, one that had already, in part, occurred. Therian Drenthor, Oracle of Conjuration to the Etherean Empire, mentor to Narathrisa Saral, and dear friend to the party, who had given them aid over the past month, and been their confidant, was revealed to be none other than the Master, a mysterious, shady figure who has been funding the cult of Noct from the shadows, pulling strings throughout the Etherean Empire, and evidently wanting Nathrisa for reasons as yet unknown. Panic, of course, ensued, resulting in Nathrisa losing control of her sorceress powers and eventually having to be knocked unconscious by her own friends. After which the party solemnly made their way to rest, kindly offered by their host, assured that though they sleep here within this space beyond the world, time would pass more slowly for them. Each of them found their way to individual rests, Apusand and Cadre taking their own rooms, while Aelin resolved to remain with Nathrisa and watch over her as she slept And Aelin, though an elf herself, fell into sleep in order to practice techniques that she has slowly been trying to master. We begin here as the night, if you could call it that, continues on, and you all slumber with Aelin. I will have you pause that music. And instead, play this one.
Just a heads up, I believe they've stepped away for a moment.
Aelin? Did?
Yes.
Oh. Damn it. Okay, well then we'll pause, because I do need to start with her.
In light of this event. Doo-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-dee-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
I was muted, but I started laughing. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
I enjoy bringing joy to others.
Well, in light of this, as we wait for our key player to return, chat, any questions for those of you that aren't caught up?
Also, I just, as a note, I've just opened Clip Studio, and it is very interesting.
Yeah, all interfaces on new programs are going to be very different. It's a whole new language that you got to learn, essentially.
That's true. But once I get into it, like, I typically get really into it, or I absolutely hate it and I can't stand it. So we'll see.
Indeed.
As long as they have a blend feature.
Yeet. Okay, well, in the absence of clarifying questions from chat, Netheresa, you succeeded your Constitution save. Yeah?
I did indeed.
Okay. We'll go back to Fading Hope for the music, by the way.
Fading Hope?
Mhm.
Okay.
And we will instead start with you. Netheresa, you awaken suddenly in an unfamiliar space. Your dreams were tumultuous, dark, full of questions that leave more questions, most of your dreams forgotten. As you slowly open your eyes, your head is pounding in one of the worst headaches that you've ever experienced. And you look around for a moment, startled by your unfamiliar surroundings. But as you sit up, you see Aelin resting next to you. As you look around the space, you see a bedroom, easily identified. You rest on... Oops. Hold on, sorry, I'm pulling up my descriptions. You rest on a canopy bed. Massive. It looks like you could comfortably fit 5 people on this thing, and it's covered, absolutely covered in pillows and soft blankets in various shades of violet. There's silk curtains that hang from the 4 posters, although they are currently parted. It looks like these ribbons can be undone to allow for some modicum of privacy, or shut out some of the light from the room. And the room is lit. There's a pink canvas canopy over the top, held up by the 4 bedposts. Some ways to the right of the bed, there stands a large dresser made of light oak. There are various strange trinkets strewn about the shelves on top that look less valuable and more just decorative. There are a few drawers on it, probably for clothing, although this being a guest room, there is nothing in them. Across from the bed, you see an archway with light pouring out of it, and you, glancing into it, can see a tiled bathroom all along the walls of this room, which are various shades of wood from mahogany to a deep oak, and plastered with this rich, almost velvety wallpaper are these sconces with crystal lights that flicker on the inside. The light is dim, allowing for a reasonably comfortable atmosphere. Somewhere, you can hear just a slight rumble, almost soothing in the way that it kind of shakes the surroundings and is just omnipresent. At first you don't even notice it, but then, it slowly comes to you. It's loudest from the far side of the room, where curtains are drawn over what looks to be a bay window. No light comes in from outside, but you can see that the curtains are drawn over a little alcove, and peeking out just barely you can see a plush cushion for lounging on this windowsill.
Okay.
Aelin still sleeps next to you.
As I'm awake, and I think my first reaction is to bring my hand to my head to see if there's a wound of some kind as the memories are flooding back. I just rub my temple and wipe the cold sweat that was gathering there. I look over to Aelin, that's sleeping and resting her head and arms over the bed. I'm going to quietly put my legs over the side and slip out of the bed. I might pick up like an extra blanket if there's, it seems that it's plenty
They
on the
are
bed.
absolutely
so,
covering. There's many to choose from.
Yeah, I'll pick up one that seems fairly light, and I'll just gently lay it over her shoulders as she's laying there, trying not to wake her.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just look up and over the room again and head towards the bay window.
Okay. Yeah. You glance around. You can see also, from the right side of the bed, past the dresser, the room kind of curves into a small hall. Sorry, Aelin, we started with Nethries instead, so I'll get to you.
Okay.
And there's a doorway that leads out of the room, but you head towards the bay window. What do you wish to do here?
I draw back the curtain to get onto the cushion. And I want to look out.
Brushing back the velvety curtain, you look out of this bay window, and your breath is taken aback for a moment. You can instantly identify the source of the rumbling noise, because looking down a few stories and out maybe only a couple 100 feet, you can see the edge of a massive roaring waterfall, so wide that you cannot see either side. The manor that you reside in currently appears to be built over the rushing water, incredibly close to the edge. It churns angrily, kicking up white foam into the air as high as the second story, which is just one floor below where you are right now. But that alone isn't the only thing that's shocking. As you glance out past this, you look first to the sky and see no sun. There are swirling clouds of mist that churn like an ocean miles up in the sky, completely blocking whatever open sky may be above it. The light in this place is omnipresent, dim, and gray. In the distance, you can see a curving mountain range which encircles a valley, and this valley is incredibly strange. It is as though somebody has plucked a dozen or 24 different biomes and just smushed them together in a confined space, and in the middle of it all, this giant white spire rises up into the heavens, glittering. If you look closely at the mist-covered sky, occasionally you do catch a part and its curtain, and beyond you see swirling colors and sparkling stars, like trails of violets and magentas and yellows and greens. You are absolutely not on Vanis anymore.
I think her jaw clenches a little bit as she's taking it in, and she'll just raise her hand and press her fingers into the glass of this window to see if it's cold or warm or the same temperature of the room.
It is ice cold.
I think she kind of brings her forehead against the window, the pane, to get the cooling sensation on her forehead.
Mm-hmm.
And just for a good long while, she's just going to stare out this window to watch as things naturally progress in this scene. And even though her expression is fairly, like, it went from shocked to just kind of very cold and almost like a 1,000-yard stare. But as she's just observing silently, there's a couple tears that trickle up down the side of her face that she just wipes away instinctively, and she'll just keep watching until she hears Aelin wake up.
Okay.
She'll curl up on the cushion too to kind of conceal herself in the bay window cushion area.
All right. Letting the curtains fall quietly behind you, you recline there on the cushion, sinking into your feelings, waiting for your friend to wake. And speaking of your friend, Aelin.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the second song that I posted?
Yes.
Good. I will have you open and play that now.
Yes, I have it.
What's the start time on that?
Hmm? Oh, it doesn't...
this-
Yeah, just set it to loop, it's fine.
Okay.
On this night, Aelin, as on many others, you let sleep overtake you, intent upon your practice of walking the veil. Yet tonight, your dreams, over which you have so often held control, are not your own. As the darkness takes your senses, and rest takes your mind, you drift like a leaf upon the wind through cascading thoughts, ephemeral as frost at the break of dawn. When at last a mild awareness returns to you, you find that you were walking, one foot in front of the other, a slow and plodding pace through dark nothingness. You are aware of a chill, not like ice nor winter wind, but as though every ounce of warmth were being stolen from your very bones, and yet you do not shiver. No. Alas, this cold is soothing, like a mother's song calling you home. Shortly, you hear this too. A dozen whispering notes in chorus, becoming 24, then 100, rising up in harmony until they are nothing more than a cascade of noise, like the rush of a river, whispering more words than can possibly be discerned. The river itself is real. You feel it now. The source of the cold at your feet, rushing about your ankles with each step. Splish, splash, splish, splash. Onward you go, following its flow. There's nothing but gray around you, and the water at your feet vanishing ahead into the omnipresent mists, extending endlessly in every direction. As the fog curls and cascades around your body and the water churns with gentle endurance, your mind gently and carelessly registers faces within the waves. Not more than glimpses of features, perhaps the curl of water-laden hair. The expressions are peaceful, and they bring you peace. Minutes pass, or perhaps hours, days, years, you can't be sure, in this ritual. Walk, watch, listen, until clarity becomes you, and the sudden realization that you near something, a destination. Ahead, in the fog, the rumble of water grows louder, stronger, and you note the gentle increase in the strength of the flow around your ankles. Something tugs at the back of your mind, an urge, a desire to lay down within the flow, to drink of its peace and let it take you. But other parts of you are not yet ready. They resist and keep you standing. In the dark and the cold, the mists thin before you, your vision extending further and further as you walk. Beneath your feet, you feel the stone beneath the water slope downward just a little more, and the flow quicken ever so slightly. But you do not stop your walk. Not until, as the fog parts and your vision expands in the omnipresent gloom, you see the destination. Ahead, the water gathers, it roars, cascading like a fall, through the utter emptiness of a gaping gate in the air. Sorry. Wait, I lost my place. Oops.
What happens next?
Your mind struggles to comprehend it. The size undefinable, its material unrecognizable, its shape inexplicable, its color non-existent. Words and thoughts fail you, and yet you know where this door leads, little ever returns. The roar of the water here is deafening, powerful as it pours out into the yawning mouth. It overwhelms your senses, dizzying, daring. You wish to lay down to rest, but you do not, because you know that it would be your end. And then, in a moment, the roar stops. Silent. There is utter silence, save for the exhale of your breath, the beat of your heart, the things that let you know with a trembling anxiety that you didn't know that you had been holding, that you are yet alive, for now. In between that breath and the next, in between the beat of your quickened heart, something comes through the gate. It begins as a wind which rustles your hair and fills it with memories of every breath of your father before he kissed your cheek, every gentle chuckle you heard from him at your mother's jokes, the last whispered words before he died, which you remember. My little moonbeam, never let the darkness steal your light. But after this breath comes the mist. In a burst of motion, it curls from the gate, spreading out into the ether like 100 blooming petals of a flower, curling and twisting and shaping itself over and over, dying out into the infinite distance only to be reborn at the heart of the gate once more. Around your ankles the water whips and churns, and the rushing roar, the unending chorus of cascading noise begins slowly to resolve once more. At the foot of the gate, the waters rise, bursting out along these strands of mist, these petals, these feathers. It twists and turns about a figure, a form incomprehensible, indescribable, a rushing torrent forming something which words fail to describe if you could even find the strength to speak. But you find no strength at the sight, only awe, an awe which brings you to your knees. To eternity the feathered wings of water and mist spread, the body of this being, this god, rising from the gate towards the heavens. You meet its gaze, but its eyes are void, an outpouring of stories of lives lived, lost, loved, experienced, ended, and it slams into your mind with such force that you feel it could topple a mountain, yet with mercy, the knowledge held within pours off of you like water, for you know its comprehension would shatter you. And still the noise of the cascade rises, turning first to harmonious song, and then to a million whispered voices becoming one, surrounding you, filling you, calming your heart with the soothing voice of a mother to a lost child. Aelin Mirinen, your time is not yet come. Why do your feet tread within my waters?
Hold on. I got a fangirl right now. Oh, wow. This is beautiful. This is better. Ah! And I know I'm right.
You
like, oh, wow. Okay. Wow, I didn't expect this. Huh. Okay. I gotta get in the zone.
AutoZone. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Damn it.
Strikes pose. I don't know. Aelin is probably brought to tears of just this beauty and this image and experiencing this and this goddess. And then she wipes her tears, and Aelin gives a bow. Better, Lady of the Grey River. I come to you to travel a path and seeking to hopefully bring whatever protection I can to these lands through veil walking. I am but my own student at this point, with the teacher of an ancient tome and a dream and determination of my journey.
The voice.
And I am bowing.
The voice once more rumbles with that cascading roar. It is everywhere. It vibrates in your chest. You hear it in your head, not projected in your mind, but the vibration just shakes your entire body. You walk a dangerous path, child. The powers found here are not ones of protection. They are stories and knowledge. What is it you seek within me?
She said they are stories and what?
And knowledge.
From my understanding, it also leads to a path where the veil is weak and where creatures tread to make way into our lands. It can hopefully take me to another place as well that I hope will aid me on my quest to carry out my goddess's will of Alunair.
The figure shifts in a way that most certainly is not mortal. It twists the raging waters, rushing in every direction, spreading out into infinity. But you know that the head, if you can call it a head, of this goddess moves ever so slightly towards you. The eyes, if you can call them eyes, watching. So, you are touched by another. Alunair's light grows strong within you.
Aelin nods and she says, "She saved my life So it's only right that my life would be hers.
I remember. The figure stretches back, expanding even more. Know this, Aelin Miranen. If you are to walk my paths and set foot within my flow, I cannot guarantee your safety, no matter how holy the cause to which you ascribe. Knowing this, do you still wish to try?
Aelin kind of closes her eyes and winces, and she says, I know that there are things and entities out there that are beyond me, and so I will have to stick to my faith and hold on. I will hold true to my resolve as I have faith, even if Alunair cannot protect me here, then I must find a way to hopefully protect myself. I know it's dangerous, but I'm still here.
Very well. The infinite wings seem to curl closer to you, coming inwards, the water rushing faster, soaking your knees, your legs, as the figure seems to bend towards you. All things must end one day, Aelin Miranen. When your time comes, fear it not, for I will embrace you as I do all my children. Now, let me drink of your story. Let me understand you. And then I shall unbar your way. Do we have an accord?
Aelin takes a deep breath, and then she, still in this reverent, respective pose, she says, hopefully, by you letting me do this, I can also help protect against those that seek to use your veil in a way that it was not intended. so.
Of this, I have faith. Blessed
She can't-
child of my mother. Watch your steps. And the wings begin to curl further and further, surrounding you, the light starting to fade. You can
Yeah.
hear your senses overtaken by the rush of water as it entirely surrounds you. Is there any last thing you wish to say?
Aelin just kind of like opens and, well, hold on. First, I want to insight check. I just, I'm in a strange
You're gonna
place. Weird
insight
things
check a
have
god?
happened. Weird things have happened. I just need to make sure that Aelin is getting the right vibes and I'm not being manipulated.
Okay.
And
Insight.
if
Why
I'll
don't you
insight
go
the
ahead
god.
and insight check the goddess of death?
Hold on, let's see. Natural 20 maybe? 16. Yeah, I got this in the bag.
16.
Yes. And then I will say something.
It is impossible to know, Aelin, the mind of
Okay.
a goddess.
Okay. Alright, Aelin's probably too overwhelmed in this anyways to really, there is no face to read. There's only this voice. So Aelin says, and as she is opening in the embrace, she says, and hopefully you can grant me what little aid you can during my journeys. And she is saying that kind of in like a scared voice, like she is knowingly walking into this danger and she's scared about it. And she's got her faith in Alunair, but she's still like, if even Alunair's light can't reach me here, then I hope, Fetter, that whatever little bit that you can do to help me, that you can.
Slowly, the rushing water and mist engulfs your body. It flows over you and you feel nothing but absolute cold, and yet a strange comfort. There is ice that penetrates to the very depths of your heart, but as the water rushes around you and darkness swallows your vision, you hear one last thing. Fear not, child of my mother. I was made of her light. And then nothing. I want you to put on your character sheet
Oh?
passage of the first gate.
Ooh. Okay, okay.
With that, you would awaken. And we can go back to Fading Hope for
Oh.
music.
Oh,
Oh my
man.
god, the timing on that music was sickening.
That was
Excellent.
beautiful. Oh,
Also, that
man.
description. Oh my fuck.
Oh my god. Fetter is beautiful. Wow.
Oh,
And
yes, she
horrifying.
is. Hmm. Lady of the Grey
As gods
River.
should be.
Mm-hmm. The only you've met gods, but you've only met minor deities.
I know, I feel like you'd straight up piss yourself in any normal seeing a god. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I would.
Yeah, real people are just like, oh man, I just goddamn near pissed myself.
I met Jesus.
Oh my god. So, Aelin,
Wow.
you awaken within the room. There is still a slight clinging cold to your chest. You don't awaken right as the dream ends, necessarily. There is just... You feel probably a period of unconsciousness before you rise.
Mhm.
Slightly after, Nethrisa has awoken. Sitting up in the bed in this room, you see the surroundings just as you recall. And you see that the bed has been disturbed, and Nethrisa is not in it, but very easily you can see over on the far side of the room the curtains to the little bay window have been rustled, and you can just catch like a glimpse of like her dress through the parting of the curtains.
Okay.
Maybe some cascading white tresses.
Mm-hmm.
So Aelin goes and grabs her holy symbol real quick of Alunair and just holds it close to her chest. And she just says a prayer, and she says, thank you, Alunair, for guiding my steps, and may your daughter and I, your daughter Fetter, and I help continue on this journey to bringing this realm to a safer place. And she tucks it away.
Alright.
Once I heard Aelin start. Actually, did you say it out loud?
She did like softly say it to herself.
Okay. Would I have heard that?
Yeah, the room isn't immense enough, and it's quiet enough that you would have been able to hear, maybe not the exact words, but
Yeah.
you would have been able
You
to
hear
hear her speaking.
Whispers, muttering,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and then I
I think
start to
at
get
that
out.
I would have pulled my head back from the window, just wiped everything off of my face,
Mm-hmm.
and turned and pulled the curtain, like one leg out, like about to step out of the cushion.
Okay. Aelin just goes over and like gives you that like kind of, oh, you're alright kind of like face, but not saying anything.
Her face is extremely blank, almost like bored looking.
Yeah.
Before she puts on a smile and says, "Good to see you're up. Is everyone else ready?"
Aelin gives her a hug, and she's just like, glad to see you're up too. And then,
You don't immediately get a hug back.
okay, yeah.
And before she slowly puts a hand tentatively on your back and pats you.
Mm-hmm. And then like I pull back, like kind of like trailing my hand like down her arms, and then I like grab your hands and I say, we got you. They're not, I don't think they're awake yet. We're early birds.
It's not easy to tell time here.
I'm now just
But,
imagining Cadre laying in like a mess of blankets, snoring like a bandsaw.
Yeah, you can hear
Hear down the
some
hall.
loud snoring from just past the wall. Like, oh, whoa.
Is that a chainsaw?
What's a chainsaw?
Is that what a chainsaw would sound like? No.
I think
Okay.
I've just invented a chainsaw in my brain.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, Nathrisa waits for you to
Oh.
not be distracted by the chainsaw snoring.
Mhm.
And then she'll take your hand and pull you gently towards the window. And she'll
Yeah.
say, I'm sure you'll want to see this. And pulls
Oh.
back the curtain.
And then I see the giant waterfall.
Yes. Immense.
Is it any similar to what I just experienced?
It's difficult to make the comparison. Because this is, it's much more real, it's much more here, it's rapid, cascading, raging. You can see the white foam of it pouring over the edge and vanishing down into, basically, you're on a cliffside and this waterfall drops. You imagine maybe half a mile.
And then there's a bottom?
Yeah, which you can't see from this angle, but you can see the valley beyond, and it's you see a clumped forest in the center, but it's strange. You can see like one section of it is these tall, very regimented trees. Another is patchy, and you can see snow, you think? On the far end, you see bright popping oranges and reds, like it's autumn. And then far over on the northwest side, there's just this patch of solid white ground that rises up to a massive mountain, the peak of which looks as though it's been ripped away. And then in the center of it all, a gleaming white spire reaching into the heavens, tipped with gold.
Jesus, are we on another plane? Well, hold on. Before she says that, she does linger on the waterfall. Like, so Nathrisa sees, like, Aelin looking at the waterfall, almost, like, questioning, like, do I know this? Kind of look, if your insight's high enough, if you want it to be that.
Make
but yeah.
a wisdom check for me, Aelin.
Okay. That one.
Okay. You are still a bit bleary from the
dream.
events of your dream.
Okay. Yeah, so there's this look of confusion and like, do I know this? Or yeah. And then her eye trails and follows the rest. And then you hear her say, like, are we on another plane?
Evidently.
I use my knowledge.
Okay.
Hold on, I will tell you which one I'm using.
I don't need you to spend the points because you clearly identified with the events in the lounge. After you tried to manifest your astral self,
yes,
that this
astral
is the astral plane. Yes.
Okay.
That comes to you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, in a moment of clarity. Oh. Right.
Yes. The astral sea. Wow, I never experienced it before. I mean, I've touched it, but I've never been here. So, looking at Nathrisa, our host, Shesha, after you had passed out, said that they would be interested in guests, and that they haven't had guests in a while. I was going to try to just ask it some friendly questions.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah. She nods. Maybe get a little bit more understanding of what Cheshires are.
The more
And
information, the better. Right?
out of character, I do want to be able to bring Apusan and Cadre into this if they want to, because I don't want to leave them out of this conversation just because they have to sleep for 4 hours more,
Okay.
you know?
Fair enough.
So,
If you would like, then you can wait for your friends to awaken. Is there anything that you want to do?
I
During
think,
that
I
time?
mean, me and Nathrisa will probably talk at least. And I'm going to bring up to Nathrisa. But before we go and talk to them, I think we all should, so why don't we wait for the others to wake up?
I think that's for the best.
Okay.
She kind of, her head kind of tilts to the side as she looks over at the pouring light coming out from the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to excuse me. I would like to get ready before we even think about going back out.
Okay. Yeah.
And she just quietly walks herself to the restroom
Okay.
to see if there's a bathtub in there.
Absolutely. The bathroom that you enter is no less lavish than the rest of the house that you've seen. It glitters under the bright light of the lanterns that protrude from the ceiling, reflecting off of the white marble. You note granite countertops, black and gleamingly spotless, and the silver faucet and handles that are set above the matching sink. A massive mirror spans the wall behind the countertop, and you catch your reflection in its flawless surface, pausing a moment to note the tear stains on your cheeks from earlier. Beside the countertop, there is a toilet, which is simple, but suited to its surroundings, and beyond that is a very large tub. Imagine jacuzzi style, essentially. You notice
Nice.
that there's no faucet on the tub, and a moment of confusion crosses your mind until you glance up and see the sheet of silver metal that is flush with the ceiling above it. It's riddled with holes, and there appears to be a knob near the edge of the tub itself.
Is it something I can reach?
If one were to be sitting in the tub, it's like a panel that's built into the wall, and you can just kind of there's one knob that appears to be it's labeled in a language that you don't understand, but as you kind of lean and look at it, the etching on the metal changes to Rizian.
Oh.
The right one is for temperature, and the left one is for flow.
Yeah, she takes that in for a minute before she kind of straddles the edge of the bathtub and sinks herself in there. And from within the tub, she will start adjusting both to start filling up the tub.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you adjust both, the sheet above begins to pour like a gentle rain of water straight down into the tub over you.
She just closes her eyes, and she's fully dressed too. She's in the vibes.
Mm-hmm. Alright. You take your time to soak. Is there anything else before we move to the full group, or?
I don't think there's anything in particular that I would be doing, so yeah, we'll just wait for the others.
Okay.
As a note, Aelin,
Mm-hmm.
Nathrisa is purposely opposed to talking.
Okay.
She doesn't make any idle chatter in the several hours we have to wait.
So, okay, yeah, I imagine, like, I would let you probably just kind of chill and relax for, like, an hour, and then you would hear Aelin kind of creep up to the door and give it a soft knock, and she's just like, "You okay in there?"
I'll send a message, and it just says, "I'm here," and I kind of just sink in the water.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, that's pretty much the extent.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Oh, one thing to note, Aelin, by the way.
Yes.
Having seen Nathrisa, her shock white hair has not a single trace of copper left in it.
Strange.
Mm-hmm.
Noted. Pulls out journal, flips to Nathrisa section, writes in, only white hair.
Even in these trying times, we must take notes.
Yeah.
So, after you kind of give, like, just that, like, quieted response, Aelin's just like, you don't want to talk about anything? You just want to be left alone?
No response.
Well, all right. I'm out here if you need me. I'll let you know when they wake up. Don't stay in there too long, you'll get pruny. Don't want that now, girl. Like, soft chuckle, just trying to be a little, lighthearted.
After a minute, you don't hear any like huffing from like like air coming out of her nose or anything from like a chuckle. But maybe like a minute later, you get another message. Sorry. And that's it.
Yeah. It's okay. You take all the time you need. Alright? I'm always here for you. I'll let you be alone now. And then, yeah, I go and explore the manor with all of the doors that are open, because that's what he said. Don't open any closed doors or go into the library.
He said, be cautious. So you're...
Oh.
He said, be careful opening...
Oh, doors.
Yeah,
okay.
Opening any doors, and don't go into the library.
Okay. Then I will not, not opening any doors, not going into the library, just looking around.
Okay. So, in that case, taking the time while your friends are still sleeping to do a little bit of exploring, you step back out into the hall. And you look up and down the hall. Now, you're on the second story in the west wing.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Aelin wouldn't go, like, too far, because she wants to make sure she's close for Nathrisa.
Okay. Well, just taking a glance down the hallway then, you, of course, see your room.
Yeah.
Onto the nameplate of which has been inscribed yours and Nathrisa's name. The next room down is Cadres, followed by Abusan.
Okay.
And then after that, there is another space with a blank nameplate. There's another one beyond that, which you take note on this fifth doorway, is inscribed Tabitha Corell, lead servant.
Oh. Wait. The scatters for notes. Alright. Clickety clackety. Aelin pulls out her typewriter. Okay.
Yeah, so Tabitha Corell, lead servant. And then glancing over your shoulder and a little bit further down, there is a set of double doors marked Library Proper, 2nd floor.
Aelin, like, takes a, like, huff breath of, like, ooh, curious, but no.
Other
Yeah,
than that,
as-
yeah,
yeah.
the only other doorway in here appears to be far down at the end of the hall, and it's a very long hall.
Okay.
So you kind of just
no,
traipse back
I'm just,
to your doorway.
Yep, staying in the room, and then I will just read my, actually, I think both of them are Anadrani, and I can't read those without polyglot potions.
Which I think you're out of.
So, then meditation. Oh no, I have one left. Do I? Yes, one left. Yeah. Then I will just meditate off of what happened with my dream, and also questions of what I want to ask Shesha.
Okay. Then we will pass that time. After which, Apusan, Cadre, each of you begin to wake in your respective rooms. As you wake from your slumber, is there anything that you do before you go and seek out your friends? We'll start with Apusan because I can hear you.
Okay. Probably just take a moment to try to get a sense of my surroundings. Try to figure out, just reconcile the previous day's events with where we are now. Don't think there's much I can do necessarily on my own. I know the other two probably are waking up far before I will. There's not too much use of me staying in the room for too long. Gone over my spell book, confirmed which spells I want to use for healing today as well. So I'll close that up and then make my way out of the room, see who I can see.
Okay. Stepping out of the room, which it's identical to the others, so the description from before suits. You exit into the hallway with the warm light across crimson wallpaper and oaken paneling. You don't see anybody in the hall, but you know where your friends' rooms are.
Well then, that's... First, I think I'll knock on Cadre's door.
Okay.
He should be waking up around this time as well.
So, Cadre, you've just started to wake and get out of bed when you hear the knocking of Apusan at the door.
Toss and turning in the mass of pillows and blankets.
Cadre, are you up yet? Take that as a yes. Take that as an unhappy yes. Shall I come back in 10 minutes?
No, give me
5 then.
2 minutes.
2.
Yes,
Oh, then.
2. Cadre
Ooh.
uses the powers of jumping into clothes in ridiculously short amounts of time and prestidigitates himself clean.
All right. Swiftly, you dive into your clothes and use prestidigitation to clean yourself up and just kind of like give a little floral scent to you. And then you answer the door a couple moments later.
Yes.
Well, it's good to see you're up. I haven't seen head nor tail of the ladies yet, but I imagine they're both up and about.
I would imagine that Theresa is probably processing yesterday. If it was yesterday.
I believe it is. Still was yesterday. However time passes here.
So earlier today.
Earlier today, yesterday, it's some passage of time that doesn't seem to be relative to other passages of time.
Well, technically it is relative because it's not directly equal.
Oh. I believe you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Even if the words fail me this time. I'd like to take a look around and see if we can see if there's any indication that we can see where either Aelin or Theresa have been. If not, then I will knock on one of their doors.
If there's a bath, Nithris is going to be in it.
That's a fair guess. That's a very fair guess.
There was a bathroom in each of your bedrooms.
One second. Cadre goes and checks the bathroom. Well, his bathroom.
Okay. You go and check your bathroom. It's identical to the description that I gave before.
Cadre goes back out to Apisa and says, she's probably in her bathroom. I would recommend leaving her alone.
And you are also aware that Aelin spent the night in the same room as Nathris.
Yes.
I am returned.
Welcome back.
So, do you think it's best we just leave them until they?
Well, I think we can talk to Aelin. I just think we should we should obviously express. We should express support, but not pester.
Of course.
I don't know why I'm bothering to say all this. This is just being a good friend.
No,
like
it's...
we need instructions on that.
It's true. It doesn't hurt to verbalize our plans, though.
Yeah. A part of me feels like it's like he rubs his forehead and like you know that if he had hair he'd be running his hands through it. But he just instead just kind of rubs his head like his hand across the top of his head. As if somehow rubbing it like would smooth the skin or something, but he's just rubs it. Like, part of me feels like it's somehow wrong to be even like to somehow be planning what to do, but another part of me feels like
We can't be stagnant.
Well, part of me feels like we should plan something for Nithrisa's sake because, you know, she's, well, we've all been through a lot, but she more than anyone else, given the news.
Certainly. I feel while it is important to let, she needs her time to process things, but we mustn't also sit idly by, and giving a goal, something to look forward to not dwell on the past, Believe me, it's needed. You can very, very sincerely believe me. To get over trauma, you need something to look forward to. There's definitely a momentary 1,000-yard stare before he snaps back. Apologize. No, I would just memories. While we give them time, what do you think we should do?
Well, I don't. Aelin will. We should see if Aelin's in the room. If she's not in the room, then I propose we do some cursory exploration, bearing in mind the rules that and warnings we were given.
Yes. Caution and no library.
Yes.
Which, that is certainly a temptation, but I am not one to anger
Someone who can do
this
that.
kind of plane. So,
Okay.
I'd like to knock on Aelin's door. Aelin and Nithrisa's in their room at the door.
Okay.
You knock, and then you hear, "No one's here." I'm kidding. Yeah. When you knock, you hear shuffling, and then the door opens, and then Aelin's like, "Oh, hello. Good morning. How'd you sleep?" She kind of opens the door, just like casually letting y'all in, not like, "Oh, come into my room."
Well, I'd say we slept. Well, I can speak for myself. I slept. Yes. I take it was. May have had trouble as well, or at least. You can at least say you did sleep, if not well.
I had a very good sleep. Very interesting, but still good. So, Nethrisa is getting Pruny in the bath. I kind of whisper, she's been in there for a really long time. I was actually going to get her when y'all got here. We kind of had a invitation from Shesha to have a talk. It's been a while since they've had guests, and so I was hoping for, more casual chit chat, maybe understand Cheshire's a bit more. But we wanted to wait until you guys woke up.
Thank you. Would have been difficult to have a conversation with half of our group still snoozing.
Mm-hmm.
Although it seems now we have a quarter of our group soaking.
Well, I can go get her if y'all are ready to go and see
Could I have
Shesha.
Could I have heard this from the bathroom?
Well, I did whisper part of it.
Not the whispering part, but like
Okay.
that they're chattering in there.
Oh yeah, I'm not being subtle.
Yeah, they're not attempting to be subtle or stealthy, so you could hear the ongoing conversation. Parts of it.
I would have been pulling myself from the bath at that point and using prestidigitation to dry myself off.
Mm-hmm. So you all hear the the water
Splatter
stop,
of water.
and then the sloshing of somebody stepping out of a bath.
Well.
And then I will, once I'm, done drying myself, I will walk out the door from the bathroom and look
You
towards
hear
the group.
The prestidigitation blow dryer. No.
It's the noise the spell makes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, every
Oh,
turn.
to have fur or hair.
And she walks out with a rather polite smile and says, "Good morning. It's good to
Good
see you
morning.
all here."
Likewise.
Morning.
And once more, for the group's benefit, I will note, while her hair before had been 2 strands of white amid a cascade of copper, it is now entirely white.
Aelin doesn't. I'm not gonna be like point out like. By the way, did you know your hair is all white now? I wonder why. Stress, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, I do wonder.
Yeah. There's this. So there's an awkward introduction. You see,
Mhm.
you make note of this change, and there's a beat of tension before she says, "Apusand,
Yes.
I don't mean
Yes.
to rush you
So-
if you need to do something, but I
What?
have a favor to ask you."
Oh, by all means. How can I assist you?
She raises her hand, and in her hand is the removed necklace of non-detection, the emerald you typically see around her neck.
Yes, we did intend to do this.
Right.
Very important to do so.
Yes.
And I walk over and I place it in your hand.
And I nod. And I am going to, I believe I still have it, yes. Identification. I
Okay.
don't have it prepared, so we'll take an extra 10 minutes, but this is getting identified.
Well,
Alright.
not an extra 10 minutes, so it'd just be. Oh, right. You
Ritual.
could
To do it as a
normally.
ritual.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you all funnel into the room, and there is a writing desk in here. So Opposite, you take a seat there, and set it in front of you, and begin to draw out the ritual symbols that you need for this. Everybody watches as the 10 minutes begin.
Cadre, look. I show him the sights through the curtain.
Mhm.
Oh.
Nathrisha remains standing by the desk.
I'll have to show me this after as well, Aelin.
Yes. Ash will see.
Yes. So it would be.
I've never seen it myself. You know, only touched it, so to speak.
For all the research I've done into different planes, it's interesting standing in one.
Yeah. And this?
Right.
You two are making it hard to concentrate.
Sorry.
I'm very curious.
And to be fair, Cadre, I mean, what information there is on other planes is very, very limited. But for all the descriptions of the Astral Sea, this looks nothing like what you were expecting.
What
The
about
o-
me?
That's an interesting question. So let me finish up that though, Cadre. The few descriptions that you did find would speak of almost like an ocean of color, like strands of colorful clouds that kind of like cascade out into the distance, and sparkling stars, as though you were in a sky full of color. There's a waterfall, you're on a cliff, there's a forest down there, and a mountain range, and
This ain't it.
fog up in the sky. It's really wrestling with like, oh wow, maybe the books are a little bit wrong. Aelin, if you would like to invoke a knowledge, just tell me which knowledge you're invoking. And for how many points?
Well, let's see. We have talked about me visiting other clans as well and interacting with them.
Mhm.
So I am going to go with, let's see. Because of one specific clan that literally does it all the time. Or
Right.
I should. Mhm.
But that's not the. You were the one near the astral.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
So then it still applies.
Okay. For 3 points?
Yes.
Okay. For ease and for the sake of the stream, I'm just gonna say this out loud. You are aware that although the astral sea is largely considered to be kind of like empty, it's like space and color, there are things within it, places, chunks of land, so to speak, that kind of drift through an ocean of color. Some large, some small. You are also aware that the astral sea, there is a part of it, a place within it, where it has no specific name because it's called many things in many different places. In most places, it's entirely theoretical or religious, but you could kind of just refer to it as the end of all things. And in this place, it is the final plane, the final fragment through which all souls pass on the way to the afterlife. It is the final place through which Fetter flows to deliver the souls unto Wraith.
Noted. Well, there are, supposed chunks of land within the Astral Sea, as you now see. This is, I guess, what I would consider a chunk in the vast emptiness that the Astral Sea contains.
So an island.
Yeah, I would say. Interesting. Now I wonder if other Cheshires live in the Astral Sea.
I suppose it would depend on the type of Cheshire.
Okay.
Well, we could ask him.
I'm not sure he would tell us.
They. Them. We could ask them.
Yeah. I'm not sure they'd tell us. At least
That's
not
what I
without us
was
giving them
mentioning.
something.
That's what I was mentioning earlier. I'm probably gonna have a lot of questions, and they will only be able to answer some of them, but still, they said I could still ask the question. So.
Okay.
All of y'all ready?
Yeah, so speeding things up, you hit the 10 minutes. And Opusand, you finish your ritual for identification. Can I have you make an make a spell attack roll for me.
Ooh, okay. I'm assuming using the wizard spell attack roll.
Correct.
Oh dear.
10. Okay. This is an amulet of
Can I
non-detection.
inspire him?
Yeah, you can.
All right.
So you have a this level it's a D6, correct?
D8.
Mm-hmm.
D8. Right, you're
Mm.
level 6 bard. So you have a D8 inspiration that you may roll.
Cute.
Oh!
Ooh,
Oh, so that brings it to an 18.
the lifesaver.
Like, well, that was worth it.
Which, since that was the first quote-unquote contested roll that we've had, I'm going to use the roll that Dante made me make, which was an 18, so you just meet it.
Holy cow.
Oh, fuck.
So, this is an amulet of non-detection. However, underneath the first layer of enchantment is a... it's first a layered ward of non-identification, which you just managed to break through, which is the only reason you recognize it. And underneath that is a simple enchantment. It's an anchor.
Oh my god.
And this anchor allows one person to bypass the amulet's power. Not only that, but to bypass it with full reliability. For Firion Drenthor, this amulet is an anchor. If he were to cast the scrying spell on the person that is wearing it, then it would automatically succeed.
San holds his head in his hand, rubbing his temples. It's taking a lot of restraint to not smash this where it stands, but that would give a lot away.
I have an idea.
I'm assuming you say this out loud.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. She puts her hand out.
Promise me you won't break it.
I-
You won't change it,
if
you
I
won't
may.
modify it. We need to think about this.
I won't. I promise.
If I may.
I still am waiting for the necklace.
I'm looking to hear what Okada's going to say as well.
I've been diving into enchanting. I wonder if I could. It wouldn't necessarily be. I'd have to think through the enchantment.
As you're thinking,
Adding
I do
enchantments on
hand
the
this
things
to.
is extremely difficult, though.
Yeah, as you're thinking this through, I will hand this back to Theresa. With my other hand, I still have my head in my hand.
She gingerly takes it.
He needs
And
to
is
think
laying-
it's still working.
Well, I'm glad we've been
Yes.
using the memory stone, and other people have been dispelling the area, and we've had conversations in protected areas.
It's still
Would
a
I know?
magical
Would I
back
know
door.
if an anchor would bypass other spells put in place?
You wouldn't, but Apusand managed to fully
I'd-
identify this, so yes,
Yeah.
it acts as an anchor. That said, Apusand, you can make an Arcana check really quick.
I'd be more than happy to.
21. Fabulous. With a 21, you would understand that while this does act as an anchor and would cut through any kind of warding for the person wearing it, that doesn't mean that it cuts through the warding for the area. So if you are under the effects of a separate non-detection spell while wearing this Furion would be
Mm.
able to see the individual, but not anything else around.
So, like, they wouldn't be able to see or hear me.
Correct.
I feel that would
Oh.
still give a lot away. That is my concern. If we change how he is able to see us, he'll be aware that we have learned something about this. My thought.
What's to say he doesn't know already?
We're on another
I
think
don't
we can
plane.
do
believe
something with
we are on a
social
plane,
engineering,
yes.
actually.
Was that Cutter?
I said, I think we can solve this with some simple social engineering, actually. We simply tell him that you lost it, or that it was stolen from you, destroyed in the house.
Honestly, I'm leaning the exact same way. If it is no longer on Nithrisa's person, then it is much more believable that it was either stolen, taken, removed by force.
And then he would give her a new one.
That's why we'd buy her one before then.
Well, he may
That's
give
when he-
another one.
That's like
But we
He
can
can
2000.
offer one, but if Nithrisis says, "Oh, I already bought another one," it's fine. What's he gonna do?
True.
You have your own amulet of non-detection, and then he will need to give something away at that point, or he will lose his inn.
I
Either
do
way-
like this.
She raises a hand.
Yes.
I would like to visit our host, if you will.
Sure.
No
I have a
reason not to.
question.
Okay.
She bows her head and begins walking out of the room.
Why do I have the feeling that
Can
as
we
soon as
go
we...
with you?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Can
Let's
we go
just-
with you?
Yeah, she waits at the doorway as you say that,
Oh.
and turns her head and says, she bows and kind of gestures with her arm.
Come on.
I will admit,
Like not like a come on, more like a welcome in kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's she's not trying that hard, but you can tell that she has reverted to the social etiquette that she knows in Otherian, and she is wearing that mask as much as possible.
Okay.
Is
And I
it
see.
just me, or would it make sense that Chessa is the kind of person that as soon as you mention that you want to meet with them, they appear?
Well, you
Maybe.
don't see them
No.
appear.
No,
we were
no, they
told
just...
Not like
to
Gulamon.
meet them. We were told to meet them in the lounge.
Yeah, so she does so. She gestures, and then continues leading down the hallway. Actually, she stops at the door and says, "Actually, would one of you lead the way? I don't really remember where we came from."
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Cadre will lead.
Okay. Padre takes the lead, and the group proceeds down the plush hall, opening the door to exit onto the landing of the main foyer. Contrary to the... Mhm.
Sorry. Everyone would notice Cadre is not wearing his trademark red jacket.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least
not-
Nithrisa would. I think everyone else was
Yes.
there.
Everyone else was
Yeah.
there for that. You were unconscious.
Mm-hmm. She's staring at your back, but doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whenever we walk past you, as you're like being so proper, Aylin's just like, oh, why so formal?
Son is muttering to himself in the back of the line there. How could I have not noticed this? How could I have not tried to even identify what was given? How could I have given so much? This is my expertise. I just let it slip past me.
I stop walking as I hear. I completely ignore Aelin. I completely ignore Aelin, and I stop in my path and I turn to face Apusan, and I give him a gentle pat on his arm. I can tell you that it won't do you any good to think like that.
True.
She gives a professional smile before
Thank you.
her heels begin clicking again down the hallway behind Cadre.
I would like to allow myself the reaction, but not the anger that would follow after normally.
Okay. As you all proceed down the plush hall, you exit the doorway back into the main foyer, which, contrary to the hall, is a brighter light, especially with the white marble that makes up most of the walls. You can see the veins of gold, amethyst, and rose quartz that are set into the stone. You're on the second floor landing, so you proceed down the stairs past a set of mahogany double doors, from which the royal purple carpet with pink trim runs all straight down the middle of the foyer, and you cut kitty corner instead towards the door that you remember is the lounge, and head into there. Oops. As you enter, you see much the same scene as you did last night. The dark, dimly lit interior. The carpet beneath your feet is thick, rusted brown. There's a coat rack to the left and a shoe rack as well. You can see the little buffet table set up on the side, and the various couches, which are, or rather, couches, plush chairs, various shapes, sizes, but all blue in color with complementary shades of pillows piled upon them in front of this white clay fireplace, which flickers with a crackling flame, casting warmth into the space. And in one of the larger armchairs, the one that you saw them in before, you see the figure of Shusha, their claws curled over the edges, just gently stroking the fabric of the chair, where you can see all those claw marks gathered from their jagged, chitinous hands. The tall, pointed ears twitched slightly as you enter, acknowledging your presence, but they don't speak, they just gesture gently towards the other seats.
Nathisa simply bows her head and goes to take a seat. As I'm heading over, though, do I notice is there any of the evidence of the disturbance from yesterday?
There is none. Where yesterday, when you guys left, the room was in disarray. There were shattered cups and glass, pieces of art and decoration knocked off the mantelpiece onto the floor, singed carpet, burned walls. None of that. Everything is perfectly as it was the first time you entered.
I kind of give like a curtsy bow while walking movement over to a chair. Oh, thank you.
Give a solemn nod.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let's give a solemn nod and take a seat.
Cadre gives a polite bow of the head and walks over to stand next to the metal sculpture.
Okay. You do so. And the feline-like creature gives a nod of the head, those green, piercing eyes seeming to stare right into you, glowing slightly as they scan you. Once again, the only thing that they wear is that intricate white, gold, and violet loincloth, which drapes from their bony hips all the way down to their massive paws. As you all sit the vague shape of a humanoid figure who manifests into the room and picks up a tea set off of one of these side tables, bringing it over and setting it on the glass coffee table in the center, and begins pouring each person tea. It smells not quite like any tea that you've ever had, but pleasant nonetheless. And as they lift up a little serving tray's lid, you see a pile of scones on it. After they set the lid aside, with the tea presented to each of you, they step back and just vanish into the air. I trust you all found your rest acceptable.
I did.
It
I
was.
have a trivial question. Is it that your home plane also decided to invent scones, or are you partial to Vanis's pastries?
Aelin kind of chuckles.
I've just noticed that both of the times we've been served tea, both times they were pastries I recognize. Is that for our benefit, or...?
You will find many themes repeated across many worlds. I take from that which I have seen, and attempt to serve that which is known to any visitors. I don't think you would like the dishes that come from certain places.
Here I
The
thought
gesture.
scones were a universal constant.
It's just interesting that you serve foreign teas, yet serve familiar pastries. I just find that an interesting thing to do.
The tea is just one that I like.
Huh. Sorry. Like I said, trivial question.
The gesture is thoughtful and gracious. And to express our thanks would not be enough. However, I yet ask more of you, if it is proper to ask you another question and go straight to business.
Oh, Nathrisa, I was hoping to have, like, some cordial, casual conversation a little bit.
She shoots you a look out the
I-
corner of her eye.
Aelin, I believe it is wise to let Nathrisa lead the conversation at the moment.
I take no offense at such things. It took me a very long time to learn the manners of various worlds, but it doesn't mean that I care about them. Ask what you will.
I want. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you shoot Aelin a stare, and she, gives you a look back of, like, what?
Tom sips tea
She
for a long time.
She brings her gaze back up to Shesha and then gives a bow of her head and rises from her seat. I have made myself improper, actually. She turns to Apusan. Will you retrieve me once the cordial conversation is over?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And she looks up at Shesha. Thank you for the gesture. And she will take a leave back to her room.
As you wish. They watch you go through the door.
Cadre will leave as well.
Aelin, like, looks at Shikadre and Apusan, and Nathrisa is just like blink, 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 not registering social conflict like situation that just happened.
Apusan is going to give you not necessarily a knowing look, but a look that gives the expression, this was kind of on you this time. But
I just imagine Abusan doing the little sips tea meme.
pretty much.
I just imagine looking at Aelin and Sipty, and Aelin just looks back, blink, blink, blink. Okay.
Kadri is doing the monkey side-eye face.
As they're walking away, Aelin's like, okay, well, I thought they all wanted to talk together. But if they would like not to, then that's fine. Hopefully it shouldn't be too quick. I just maybe had some friendly or conversational questions.
Ask what you will, but know that I may not answer all that you have.
Okay. Looks at Apasan. Do you have any?
Don is slowly shaking his head no.
Okay. Hold on, I got a list.
If you had a physical list, you drew out, his eyes are gonna go wide like down it like.
She literally pulls out a list. I spent 4 hours meditating and thinking about what I was gonna ask Shesha.
Amazing.
Apasan has a hand up, one hand up like, seriously.
She just looks at you and it's like, gestures to like Shesha, like, can you blame me? And then looks down at her notes. What? So, where do you spend most of your time, or where do you mainly like live?
Here. This is my home.
Hmm. Okay, interesting. And are you immortal?
What an odd question. Why do you wish to know?
Don's eyes go
Well,
wide.
I mean, if you're immortal, I was going to ask if you enjoy it. Like, I've never had the opportunity to talk to somebody that's immortal.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh no. Rip.
Out in the hall, Kadri.
Oh.
Oh.
You know, I shot my shot.
Oh,
Natural
God.
one.
Oh, God.
Ew.
I'm in physical
Don't worry,
pain.
guys. Leave
Oh.
Aelin to all the talking.
Yeah.
I've got this, you guys.
No.
There's a reason I'm here. Right now it's to watch.
Yeah.
You were just
To
sipping
watch
tea and
this
observing.
Hey, it's a simple question. I mean, if the natural one means that he's not gonna answer it, then it's whatever. Yeah,
Out
if
in
you're
the-
a more...
Sorry,
Oh.
go ahead.
No, it's fine. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say out in the hall, Kadri would kind of pick up into like a half jaw to catch up to Nathrisa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we can get to that in a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get to that
I
in a
just
bit.
wanted to make that clear ahead of time.
Sure. I don't think it would be wise of me to answer questions about my mortality. You understand.
Yes, that's completely fair. I understand. Well, even if you're not immortal, I guess, do you still find life enjoyable? Here on the Astral Sea, living here? I've never spoken to somebody that lives here on the Astral Sea.
define joy?
Oh, Shan.
Oh.
It's that chemical imbalance you get sometimes. It's the opposite of what you normally feel.
Okay, I'll go back to that question because
Sorry.
that ties into another question. So then here's another thing. We'll come back to that one. Do you know other Cheshires like you, or in perspective to a mortal such as myself, other powerful creatures?
And why do you wish to know this?
I'm curious if Cheshires interact with each other because, from my understanding, you are powerful entities. And if you'll get along enough to interact with each other, and then also, that kind of applies to powerful creatures as well, not just Cheshires, but just other powerful entities. If you get along with them and such.
Upson has a look on his face like, you really are just gonna keep going through with this.
Yeah, Aelin is the kid that's like, why is the sky blue? Oh, because of this. Okay, but why?
Like, okay,
This
you'll.
isn't a
I
conversation.
mean,
This is an interrogation.
it is. No, it is. It is. It is a
Yeah.
question. She said what she said. She says, "I've got a bunch of questions for someone like you. If you would
Aelin, the
have it."
devourer of secrets, the insatiable.
Aelin the
Yes.
Insatiable, your new title.
Mm.
Make another persuasion check for me.
Don't roll a 1.
14.
14. Okay. The eyes peer directly into your face, and it kind of makes you squirm because, once again, like the glow of the eyes, the rings in them, the way that they seem just a little bit too wide. Sometimes it's like he's looking right through you. I have met other Cheshires, and I have met many beings that you might consider powerful. There is no single way that we interact. To consider it a blanket, that is a fallacy. For each it is different. I ask you, when you interact with others of your kind, is it always the same?
No. I mean, it varies from person to person, so okay, that makes sense.
Indeed.
I didn't know if y'all were maybe all connected in some way, so
No.
y'all are individuals.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Next question. Is there anything that you hate or dislike, or would you consider yourself just indifferent to everything?
The son has this face of, do I stop this? I kind of want to know as well, but do I stop this?
That is not a question that I would answer.
Okay.
I'm not
Fair.
in the habit of divulging things that might prove to be a weakness.
I didn't even think of that. I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention.
Aelin, how many questions do you have?
Just a few more.
The list. She
So
brings the list up slightly, and there's like another page.
yeah, there is. She says, so now, the thing that I said would connect to this question, here it comes, which brings me to, do you experience emotions similar to mortals or humans like us? Sad.
Interesting. You're not the first to ask. Make another persuasion check.
Okay.
I believe in you. Oh no.
6.
Okay. Not necessarily a total failure, but it just,
Yeah.
you know, he's not going to. They are not going to reveal much.
Okay.
I've been told that I do not, but whether or not that is true, that cannot be discerned. Not without someone experiencing life through my eyes, or I experiencing it through theirs. You understand?
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, you wouldn't know what we feel like without experiencing our lives, which is of course different from the way you live yours as a Cheshire. And then you probably are gonna say no to this question anyways, but I'm curious. Do you love anybody, or have you loved somebody in the past that you were strongly connected to?
Make both a persuasion and an insight check.
Ugh.
Would I be able to make an insight check as well as I'm just watching what's going on?
You may, Opusand. And remember,
God,
you can
these
see their face, so...
rolls. These
Indeed.
roll. 3 on persuasion, 17 on insight.
Ooh. I heard a roll. Oh no.
Oh,
Wait,
wait.
it
what I
should
do?
be 15
15 for you?
Yeah.
for
Mine,
Abasan.
for mine, that was weird.
Yeah, 3 persuasion, 17 insight, and a 15 for Abasan. For insight.
Okay. I will message you this, Aelin.
Secrets. Secret tunnels. Secret tunnels.
Secret ingredient today is fearlessness.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm a kid in a candy shop.
Or, no, I don't know if fearless. What is that? Hubris? Maybe?
Something like that, yeah.
What, Aelin being bold in her questions?
Foolhardiness.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Aelin just has a complete lack of awareness today.
Let's see.
They respond. So, and Opusans, they are incredibly difficult to read. This kind of creature is very alien to you, so it's difficult to read those expressions, their movements. Not to mention you're distracted by Aelin's utter brashness.
Yes.
That's it.
But they answer, that is not something that I would divulge.
Okay. Like I said, I thought you wouldn't answer it, but you said it doesn't hurt to ask. And then I've got 3 more questions. Were you always a Cheshire, or do people become Cheshires? I don't feel like you'll answer that either, but I mean, it just is very curious because, I mean, we are born the way we are, and I wonder if Cheshires, perhaps, were once mortal and then changed, or if you just always were.
Make a persuasion check. But on this one, I'll give you advantage.
Okay. Oh, well, a 13.
No. All Cheshires are reborn from something before. Most of us do not remember the before, nor the transformation. Only the after. I don't see a way that information could harm me, so you may have it.
Oh, that's...
That is rather fascinating.
Very,
honestly.
very unique. Yes, very unique, very fascinating. So, not exactly a reincarnation, but just going from one life to a different one with a similar body, I guess, or mind. I don't know. That's complicated.
Not similar in the slightest.
Mm.
We are utterly transformed. Some consider us perversions. Aberrations, I believe your mages call us.
Well, I, whatever others call, call you, I have great respect for entities of great power, of course, as all should. So thank you for answering that question. I'm, of course, asking all of these because I would like to understand more because I've never,
I have an insatiable thirst for knowledge.
you could say that.
It's
It's a
proven just now.
curiosity. It's a curiosity to get to know someone that I've actually interacted with in person, because I have met, technically, a Cheshire, but
The brow quirks.
I never, I guess, had that
That one-on-one.
curiosity to get to know them. But you bring a different perspective that I didn't have before, which I thank you. So brings me to this question of, do you consider mortals a plaything of yours, or what is your perspective on us and, other entities of less power, since I know they are very powerful. Cheshires are very powerful compared to us, at least from what I've seen and what I limited knowledge that I have.
They lean forward, and the claws scrape against each other as they kind of fold their hands, careful not to put their chin on it, because you see all of the jagged parts of chitin would certainly cut were they to touch. I consider creatures such as you a fascination, academic, entertainment. Your lives pass far faster than mine, so there is no point in forging connection. it is ephemeral. But I enjoy knowledge, and there are many, many worlds to explore. Yours holds a particular interest for the moment. That is all.
Interesting. Okay. So, for us, our lifespans being so short, the amount of things that we do in our lives brings that curiosity and interest. Well, I'm glad that you know, don't see us as just playthings.
Not all of you. Unlike some of my fellows, I do not toy with puppetry. I give and take equally. It is the law by which I live.
Oh. Well, then I am pleased to meet a Cheshire that lives by a very fair law, in my opinion. Even though I understand that that is probably not the reason why you do it. It's probably far beyond that. But
It is not the only reason.
mm,
But I must bind myself so that others do not attempt to.
So there have been people that try to bind and control Cheshires.
I am powerful. People seek power. In short, yes. Many have tried. Many have failed.
I see. And how do you feel about other Cheshires being controlled or manipulated, even if they are not able to bind you?
They seem to think. It would take a great deal of difficulty to bind one such as me. I do not foresee it happening, but should it, it would bring me concern for the implications myself.
Well, let's see. I find myself coming across a lot of information as I'm very curious, which might not be a good thing. She actually like pauses and is just like since, as you know, knowledge holds power, so if I don't think Cheshire should be controlled either.
If one were able to control one of my kind, they would carry an immense power at their disposal, and they would have to be powerful already. If ever you find someone who can do such a thing, forsake your curiosity. Leave them be, lest you risk your life.
I will heed your warning, but would you not want to know if such a thing were to happen yourself?
If you chose to inform me, I would be grateful. But it is no obligation of yours.
She just nods her head and gives like a respectful bow, and she says, well, I understand, thank you. And that brings me to the last question. I would just simply be interested in whatever you would like to tell me, since I understand what you can say is limited, and we both know knowledge is precious, but I am definitely a pair of ears willing to listen to whatever it is you would wish to share upon.
You have asked much of me already. I do not know what I could share that would be of relevance to you without cost.
Have been quite gracious already. For that, we are very thankful.
Indeed.
Well, I know that you...
Hey, then shall I fetch the others?
I think that would be fine.
Excellent. I will get up and do that just now.
I was just going to say, I feel like you have mentioned that
Abuzon is fleeing the room.
our lives go by so much faster than yours, and you said that you do not get visitors that often, so I was trying to open the door both ways, you know?
I am unaccustomed to the subtleties of what you might call socialization. Forgive me if my attempts fall flat.
Well, if you are satisfied, then so am I. I hope that you found this conversation enjoyable.
I shall prepare myself for the questions of your friends. And they gently reach down and pick up the teacup, just wrapping a claw around it, and bringing it up to sip. And it's kind of like this weird motion, like the elbows up. Not like they're unaccustomed to this, but like they're not really built for it, but they try. As Abusan steps out of the room, we will take a flashback for a moment. As the questioning began, Nathrisa left the room with Cadre close in tow. What were you two doing during that conversation?
I was walking back to my room, and I'm not quite hurrying so much, so I don't seem to stop or hurry myself further when Cadre catches up.
You hear Cadre's feet, and you just see Nathrisa just walk past her.
She might slow slightly because she can tell that Cadre's putting in effort.
Okay. So Cadre, you swiftly catch up to Nathrisa, just by the time she hits the bottom of the stairs.
Nathrisa, hold up.
She full stops. Yes, Cadre?
May I be candid with you?
She doesn't say anything, but she just gives a polite smile and she's full stopped. She turns to face you.
Kadri looks as if he's like actually waiting for permission. Like he's like,
Saying
Like-
that, she'll just feel free.
I know the necessity of putting on a strong face when dealing with something that's, quite frankly, too big to handle at the moment. But I hope when you're ready, you'll let us in. Again.
May I be candid with you as well, Kadri?
Of course.
Sorry if you responded, I didn't hear
I
it.
did. He said, of course.
Oh, okay. She says that after a pause of thinking, and then she goes, I don't know if that is possible right now, Kadri. For
I
now,
wasn't expecting it to happen now. That's why I said, when you're ready.
and that is what I am telling you. I don't know if there will be a ready me. And I should warn you of this as your ally. Is there anything else you
See.
needed?
No.
She'll bow her head and keep going.
Okay. Up the stairs you go, turning to the left. You head back to your room, Kadri. You're left alone at the bottom of the stairs in the foyer.
He'll stay there. That's it.
Okay. You lean against
Oh,
the
it's
post
hurting
there.
Jules' soul.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kadri.
Pondering. After a time, then, Abusand, you exit the lounge and you see Kadri waiting there at the bottom of the stairs, just kind of leaned in thought against the post of the railing.
He's not leaned in thought. He's standing there with like his arms kind of, his arms behind his back, almost in that kind of like butler-esque look. Just kind of with his jaw set, just kind of like seeming to be very, very intently analyzing the wall.
Okay.
Kadri, thank good. Is everything all right?
I don't know.
Seems to be the trend today. Well, Aelin has finished her interrogation, practically, of Cheshire. So, we are free to discuss other matters. Have you seen Mithrisa?
She's gone to her room.
Ah. Well, would you like me to fetch her, or would you like to come with me?
I'll remain here. I'll go with you into the room when you guys return.
All right. And if there's anything I can do for you as well, you know I'm here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take a deep breath and
Poor
I head to...
Abusand, he's the only rock in this whole group right now.
It's amazing that you just picked up the emotion domain and
Yeah.
yeah, and then you're thrust into this.
No,
You're
but
like, oof.
Kadri, his of course, would have been a lot more. I meant it to sound a lot more sincere and open, more like, thank you, I appreciate it, kind of thing.
There's a lot of intense, multifaceted emotions going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason I felt I needed to clarify it.
No. So I head to Nathrisa's door. Stretch, compose myself, and knock. Nathrisa?
There's a pause, and you hear her shoes clack towards the door. And she opens it. Is the interrogation finished with?
Yes, the conversation went quite well, and we are ready to continue with our discussion as a whole, if you are ready as well.
Excellent. Thank you for retrieving me, Apusan.
I
she will-
would like to just try to gauge the face behind the words as she speaks and is.
Okay. Nathrisa,
I guess I should roll persuasion of some kind or deception. I don't know.
roll. Okay, make a deception roll. Abusans, make your insight roll at advantage, because you can see her face.
Okay. Checking my
Deception
stats
is
there.
not my forte.
I formatted it quickly this time.
Ooh,
Actually,
that'd be
Nathrisa,
Uh-huh.
tell me this: the mask that you put on, is it because Nathrisa is like at this moment just letting the shock wipe away her emotions, or is she genuinely trying to hide what is going on?
She. I don't think it can wipe away the emotions necessarily, but it is such a trauma that she is reverting to what she knows
Mhm. A
is
wall.
acceptable.
Okay. I'll let you make this persuasion if you wish.
I think that would make more sense at the current time.
Yeah, because if this is kind of like Nathrisa gaslighting herself into that emotion that she's expressing, the emotions don't go away, but it's almost as though she believes them.
Denial is the first stage of grief.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's right.
Researches depression
Yeah.
to roleplay
I know. Let me look up
character
depression
deeper.
real quick. Listen, I should have this down by now. What the fuck is wrong with me? I failed as a mentally ill person. Anyways, no. So yeah, I will roll that as
There's the
persuasion.
imposter syndrome. Great. Anyway,
Oh,
go roll
I
your
know.
persuasion.
Sorry, that's so dark.
that took a turn.
Character growth. Character growth.
Oh. Okay.
10.
That's a 10.
Apusand, between the divine insight that you've been granted, that almost empathic connection to others, that kind of like reaches out, and the sheer amount of time and things that you've been through with this group, you are getting fairly good at reading your friends like a book. And so, Nathrisa, if you'd like to describe the emotions that are under the surface for her.
It is a combination of exhaustion and the battle between logic and feelings, and a lot of pain, not a lot of anger. That's the best that I can describe it right now.
Okay.
That is going to give
And
you
it is like a soul, almost like a soul tearing kind of pain.
Upson is giving you a sort of knowing look. It's compassionate, though. It's not like I know you're not telling me the truth, but I can see you're hurting, And this is not something that will go away with just words or a simple gesture. He looks back to the path to where, path back to Cadre and Aelin and Chesha, and then back to Mithrisa. We can take a moment if you need. I feel this may be relevant. Tell you at this point, honestly. You are not the only one who's going through this complex emotion. I do not mean just from what we've gone through in the past 10 hours even. Just looking for the words to say, but
The mask falters as you're saying this, and now it's just cold exterior for a brief moment before there's the small pleasantness that she uses as the mask, but for a moment you see it falter.
Abasan reaches out to start to put a hand on her shoulder, then pauses, and then as his hand kind of fall, not down totally, but more like an open hand for her to place her hand into if she feels like she wants to.
You feel as you put your hand down, she doesn't try to avoid it, but when you see there's a fear in her eyes, slightly, as you do so, and as it touches her muscles go extremely taut on that shoulder. But she gives you, as you have your hand out,
Well, it wasn't
she
intended
gives
to touch
you.
her shoulder just yet. It's more like it was reaching to touch her shoulder, realized not to touch, and just if you want to reach out your hand to mine, then
Okay.
then you
Okay.
can
Yeah.
reach out. There's no actual contact unless
Okay. Got
you
it.
want to.
Okay. Yeah, then that would have changed it. She would have had the look of slight panic, but seeing that you didn't actually touch, she maintains the mask and looks at it. There's a brief pause, and she's staring intently. Gears are clearly turning in her head before she daintily raises her hand, kind of like how one would at a ball, to gesture to take. And she
Little smile.
places it in your hand.
So one hand in mine, the other raised up as if to dance, and if I will follow along with that.
And just like two nobles entering a gala, perhaps, she will start to descend the stairs. As elegantly, the poise, the training, of etiquette that she's received her whole life, going through the motions.
Okay. Delightfully, my camera has frozen again.
There
Ooh,
is
we love tasty technical problems.
We do.
and
emotional.
yes.
Ooh, fuck. True.
Let's say to Lisa, there is things I would like to discuss with you, but I feel like this may not necessarily be the most apt time. There are those waiting on us, but there's history I would like to share. You are not going alone through this. This feeling that is welling inside.
There's a gentle squeeze, and you can tell because her eyes are staring down at the stairs. She doesn't seem to appear to realize that she's squeezing. But she keeps walking before she raises her head. Of course, Apusan, you can be candid with me.
when we have time after this conversation with Cheshire.
She nods.
Well, shall we?
She puts on a bright smile and says, "We shall."
Okay.
Hobson
Together.
gives a sort of pained smile back to her, knowing that there's a lot hiding underneath that facade.
Together, the two of you descend the stairs, and Cadre, you were still at the bottom, right in the foyer.
You're
Cadre.
muted.
Yes, sorry, I forgot I was on mute.
No worries. So, as they make their way down the stairs, Cadre, you do see them descend together. That regal posture still, holding Nathrisa. Do you say anything, or do you just walk with them as you return to the lounge?
Cadre would say, as Nathritha,
Hello. Honestly,
Cadre.
we need to like break for like a breath, like some laughter, like.
Cadre just extends the hands out. Nathritha.
Nathrisa.
A pleasure. A
This is what
pleasure
an out
to
went on a
meet.
charisma check.
To you today.
just like straight goofy comedy out of nowhere.
Right? It is so pleasant to meet you today.
You know what? Actually, yeah. Fuck it. Why not?
Don't make me do this, Cadre. I've already been mean to you once.
Ooh.
But I mean, I could always make a charisma check or a persuasion check
It's up to you.
or a
That's
performance
you
check.
stumble
Actually,
over your
considering
words.
he's
We'll
a
see
bard.
how high the DC Nathrisa has set her mask.
Yeah, I mean,
Nathrisa's-
I'll leave that up to Nathrisa. You know, you can.
Nathrisa's like, my DC's at 35.
I mean, given your performance roles, it might need to be that fucking high. Jesus.
Do you got the number? We'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah. What's your number? What's your number?
No.
Oh no, I can't ask. I can't ask.
bonus?
Okay, I'll do it mentally.
Yep. Set your DC in your head, Cadre. If you
Okay.
really want to do
Know
this.
once you set it, and then I'll roll.
Okay. I
Okay.
have it in. Do you want
Or
me to
send
say it out loud?
Send it to GM. Send it
Oh
to...
yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're
that's
right.
good.
You're right.
Yeah, that's a good idea. All right.
Okay.
So as you come down the stairs, Kadri just looks at you and he's like, looks like he's like, his face looks hard for a second, then he's like, looks off into the corner and then he smiles and says, Nathritha, my lady, how do you do?
Oh god.
Oh no! I don't even
Are
care how
you-
this turns out. This is beautiful.
Are
Yeah,
you doing
yeah.
it like the hand roll and the bow and
Yes,
extending a
yes.
hand out?
Amazing. Okay.
I feel like I need to make a check as well to maintain my composure after that.
Okay.
A wisdom
so,
saving throw, go.
Wisdom saving throw. Okay.
Amazing.
Oh, Cadre, no. Let's see what you got.
Alright, yeah.
Oh!
Nat 20 for 32.
Jesus fucking
Couldn't.
Christ.
Couldn't
Well,
have been better.
That's
Nathrisa, you,
Hold
you
on,
were,
legendary
you
quotes.
were right. Look, I'm just gonna say this. Nathrisa set her DC at a 30.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I let
Okay,
go
now
of Teresa's hand and I just drop laughing, like, what the hell just happened?
I think. Okay. I think I figured out what's happening.
Amazing.
Okay. So she full stops on the stairs as Apuson is about to tumble down.
No, I'm just letting go of
And-
your hand, just like clinging to the rail, like, oh, what?
Wait, what did Cadre say again?
He said,
Nethrisa.
He said,
Nethrisa,
Nethrisa, my lady, how do you
my
do?
lady, how do you do? And yeah, so she full stops and looks like not petrified. What's the word? Horrified for a second.
As you do that, Cadre just gives you a look and a smile that says, I don't care how mean you're gonna be to me, I'm always gonna be your friend.
Oh!
Okay. She looks horrified, and then there's like a twitch on the edge of her lips before she starts bawling.
Oh! Oh!
Just full collapses on the stairs. She's hanging on for dear life onto Apuson's arm.
Cadre will immediately move to hug her if she will let him.
She can't even react at this point. Like she's just full on accepts. She's just like trying to restrain screaming, crying, but like it's real ugly.
Mm-hmm. And it
Okay,
echoes because
I
everything
hear
in this hall.
this.
Yeah, it echoes because everything in this hall is
'Cause it's
marble.
all hard surfaces.
Yes. So the whole foyer fills
Yeah.
with sobbing, and inside the room you see the Cheshire turn over their shoulder, an ear perking.
Sorry,
look back
I
at
am
you.
going to like look back and forth. I'll be like, my friend needs me. Hold on.
I would allow you to deal
Cadre
with
is
that
sitting down
problem.
next to Nethrisa with his arm around her, provided she's not shrinking away from him.
Yeah, no, she's
we're
leaning
trying
into
to-
it.
Okay, good.
What is going to do is,
She's
do this
still
to hold
holding
her up as well.
Apuson's hand. Yeah, like she's like dangling from Apuson's hand as she's also like clinging on to Cadre's shirt. You have snot running down the front of your shirt.
Oh,
Zero
boy.
fucks given.
Yeah.
That's fine. That can be
There you
fixed.
go. Legendary moment.
Potions
Mhm.
cannot.
All right, Aelin bursts out into the hall, and you see this. They're on the stairs still, like near the bottom of the stairs, but like just kind of Nethrisa's collapsed. Everybody's sitting on the stairs.
It's like
It's a
homecoming.
mess. Yeah. Oh, is that what homecoming was like? Oh no.
No.
So
Fuck,
are
what's
both
that? It's Harry Potter. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Are
it's-
both of
them
yep,
hugging her?
Yep.
are both
Yeah, sort of.
okay? Aelin she runs up at first, and then she slows down to a walk, and then she just drops down to her knees and embraces all of us in a group hug around Nethrisa.
Oh.
Can I just say how much I fucking love this group? Like,
I know.
so
Feel.
many wholesome moments. Oh.
It hurts. It's beautiful and it hurts.
It's so wholesome. And
Oh my
cute.
god.
Mhm.
Hold on. It's not. I know it's not normally licensed music, but it's literally the most perfect piece for this.
We can
Mhm.
listen to it individually, if anything.
That's
Yeah.
fine. It's. Oh my god. Yes. Oh god. I'm gonna paste it in Groovy.
Damn you and your nat 20. Fuck.
Of all the times to get a nat 20, that was like the moment.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Aww.
I'm porting right now the music through desktop, so I can't listen to it because then that section will get muted.
Yeah.
But everyone else is welcome to listen to that.
Yeah.
You could pull it up on your phone.
but I'd have to take my headphones off and then I can hear you guys. So I'll listen to it later and relive this moment as I cry to myself.
Yeah.
Get a good emotional
Yeah.
catharsis.
I
Mhm.
think we're all just going to just sit here,
Yeah.
and we're all just wrapped around you.
But yeah,
I'll whisper
this,
to Cadre. Warn me next
no matter how
time.
mean you are to me, I'm always going to be your friend.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, you can decide how long it takes.
Yeah.
You'll sit there
Yeah,
in a pile.
in between.
Until the song ends, I guess.
Yeah. In between the sobbing and just gasping for breath and just blowing chunks of snot. This is the most unrefined I think she's ever been in her whole life.
Yep. We've seen her sloppy drunk. We've seen her in slut mode, but all of it's been elegant. This is just ugly cry.
This is
Why do I feel
raw,
like
complete
Chris.
naked emotion.
I feel like if I were to hand you a tissue, it would be ignored and my shirt would be hit with more.
Yeah, no, this is. It's not like projectile. She's
Projectile snot.
Oh, my new
Yeah.
weapon. It's actually a new spell I picked up. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's called emotional catharsis. Hey, write that down. Write that down.
Yeah, Aylin's
Oh,
over
God.
here thinking, oh god, I made her cry. No, I'm
Oh
kidding.
no. Yeah,
Uh,
she's in between the cries and sobs, and there's like it's at the beginning it was almost like screaming, kind of crying.
Yeah.
And she's like
you
she's
see
starting to
Aylin
hyperventilate.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit as she's going into this breakdown. And she's just squeezing her eyes shut, and you feel her nails begin to dig into your shirt a little bit, like past your shirt a little bit, Cadre. Like it hurts just slightly. Like it's not gonna break skin or anything, but she's putting a lot of pressure as she's squeezing down, and the same for you, Apasan, into your arm. She's squeezing. And she's just saying, I can't. She's just whispering that in between sobs.
Boy, we're here.
Kadri's going to say, sorry, give me a second. Yes, you can. God damn it. Sorry. Yes, you can, because we're going to be here for you.
Aylin just says, always.
She'll pull her head up a little bit, and between the tear streaks, the snot just kind of blasted across her face a little bit. And it's clearly smeared, like it's all kind of it's really nasty. It's like a kindergartner's finger painting, but
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm getting real visual with it, huh?
You just see Aylin like give that like disgusted look and hand you a tissue. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, she.
Like
Ew,
that little
gross. Clean
ooh,
yourself
girl.
up, bitch.
Oh God! In the middle of a fucking breakdown.
She's like,
She's
ooh,
like-
girl, here. No, I'm kidding.
She clutches the symbol on her chest, the marking. But you can tell it's not for the marking. It's almost like she's trying to clutch at her heart.
Mm-hmm.
And she pulls back and she almost looks a little angry, and she's like, "God, you say that, but I trusted him the same way, and look how it fucking turned out."
Can I tell you something that one of my mentors told me?
She's like catching her breath as she just slowly nods.
You can live your life waiting for the disappointments, or you can live it hoping for the successes.
Wait, you can live your life waiting for the disappointments, or you can accept it hoping for the successes?
Or you can live it
Oh.
hoping for the successes.
Okay. Sorry, my boyfriend just walked in.
Ah.
He's very hecked up. Again.
Ah.
Nice.
It's okay. You're cute.
Mhm.
Yeah, she kind of pauses. It's still really shallow breaths, like from her, like open mouth breathing kind of situation. But slowly, she begins to nod. And the grip on your shirt and the grip on Opuson's arm releases.
If you ever look at Aylin's face, she is just giving you that expression of like,
Oh, I love you too,
I-
baby. Good night. Go to my mace.
Oh my god.
Sorry, she's giving the expression of
Yeah, she of like, I wish I could do everything I can to take your pain away. And just a look of like, of very strong caring.
right.
But Aylin's not saying anything because she's like, I'm bad with words.
That's fair.
She's like, don't worry, I won't betray you. No, she doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think at that there's a period where she just is kind of like in silence, maybe like 10-15 seconds, where she's finally slowed her breathing down. She's nodded yes to Cadre. She's looked at Aylin's face, and she slowly starts to pull herself up using Opuson's arm.
And I'll help her up.
All right.
And she, once she's all righted up, I look down at Cadre, I look down at Aylin, and I remove my hand from Opuson's arm, and I reach out to both of them.
Aylin takes your hand. She's like, I cast inflict wounds at 5th level.
That's a betrayal.
How dare you? Make a fool of me.
I'm like, if you
The
roll
only
max, I'm
catharsis for
dead.
me is killing
for
all of you.
She turns into Sasuke.
I can't be betrayed if none of you live.
She turns into Sasuke.
She becomes the BBEG.
God.
Anyway,
Yes.
Now, Cadre would take your hand as well.
yeah, you
She's not very strong, but she'll try to help you up.
you'll
Cadre's not very
rise.
strong either. I think he's actually
Recollect
weaker
yourself.
than Nethrisa.
Is he
What's Nethrisa's strength score?
a 9?
Oh, we're exactly the same strength.
Yep.
We're
Oh,
both
I think.
skinny legends.
Oh, what's Aylin? Like
Her
an
dexterity-
8?
Dexterous, though. So.
No,
Aylin's
I'm
11. Yeah, Aylin doesn't
Really?
get anything below 10.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
No,
the strongest
crazy.
one here.
Aylin is the only character in this group without negative
Oh.
Imagine
in
that.
some score. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
quite obvious.
Just so I
Oh.
can ask, I'm not the only one listening to the track I posted in Groovy, am I?
Oh, I'm listening
No.
to it.
Listen to it.
Good.
Yeah. I'm the only one
I
who
was
can't.
getting some feels.
Yes.
Intense feels.
So,
Yeah, with that, I think she just composes herself a little bit. She starts to notice the dribbling coming down from her chin, and she's like in a raspy. It's like it's clear that this obviously took a lot of out of her voice.
Mm-hmm.
She raspily is like, "Oh, that's fucking nasty." And then she
Jeffrey busts out laughing.
and she casts prestidigitation on her face to see if it helps.
Aelin chuckles slightly.
Yeah, you can clean yourself up. That's fine.
Okay, beautiful.
Oh, clean
Or
myself
maybe I
up
wipe
as
I wipe
well.
it with a sleeve, and then I
Uh-huh.
presto the sleeve.
Yeah, just. So you do so.
And this took maybe like it might have been like a good 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10-minute cathartic, full-on sobbing, in the foyer, and then you'll recollect yourselves, brush yourselves off, presto your clothes.
I like how Shesha was like, "Can you go? You should go take care
You
of
should
that."
go attend to that.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not gonna do it.
Right.
Hell no.
Your host still probably is waiting for you in the lab.
Right. Hopefully. I mean, time means nothing to him, apparently.
He's like, "Oh, how long has it been? 10 seconds?"
Oh, 10 minutes? Okay. Yeah, no, I was gonna be like, I can't say sorry enough for putting doubt
You don't have to say sorry.
into any of you. Her voice kind of like trails off when you say that.
I appreciate it, Nathrisa. It's okay. She gives like a soft smile, and then Aelin's like, I'm sorry if I'm not the best at like handling it. That like she's like Aelin's like fidgeting in a way where she's like, I don't know how to do this that good.
I wouldn't know what to do either. I'm not gonna lie. She puts a hand on your shoulder. But I think I'm done for now. Probably. She like rubs her throat.
I reach out and pull out a water skin.
Thank you. And I take it and then I take a swig. I pull it down and I'm like,
It's got vodka. No, I'm kidding.
oh shit! That's what I need.
Yeah.
The worst feeling.
Haunted wine.
No.
Haunted wine.
Sorry, just adding a little humor.
Yeah. And
Absolutely.
secretly, it's vodka. But
I know how
no,
to deal with this.
I'm like, ooh, yes. But no, she's just like, she takes a swig and clears her throat, and she's like, I don't, suppose we should head back in there? Maybe?
Yeah.
No, actually, wait. I look over between the three of you. How's my face?
How's your face?
I mean, I cleaned it up.
Yeah, it's cleaned up, but that doesn't stop the puffy cheeks and like the red
Yeah.
eyes.
I'm like
track
all
marks.
puffy.
Yeah.
You see, Aelin does the little like squish of your cheeks a bit, and then it's just like, no, not pinching, just like using her hands to like push your cheeks up a bit to like, I don't know, like fluffing a pillow. And then she's just like, takes a step back, and then she's like, you're fine.
Yeah.
From my perspective, you are completely befitting the situation that has befallen upon you. No one would give you any lip for what you've gone through and how you feel.
I tuck her hair
Appear.
behind her ear.
She takes a breath, and there's a smile. It's tired, but it's genuine. That just briefly goes on her expression. She's like,
There we go.
right. Right. Well,
At this point,
This is-
Audrey would say, "To be honest, I'm just happy you laughed at my joke."
it was quite good. I didn't know what to do.
Believe me, I don't believe any of us had an idea of what was going on.
Aylin's like,
do.
blink, blink, what happened?
Codger
Listen,
just
and
redoes the joke.
Oh fuck.
Redoes a joke.
Say what,
Aylin.
No, it's not as funny the second time, but
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously. it's not funny,
Aylin
that's right.
kind of like, oh, well, I could see how that could break the ice.
Right. Well, this has been awkward enough as is for me. Shall we proceed?
Yes, let's.
Okay.
all right. The four of you
And yeah.
regather yourselves and make your way back to the lounge. You enter
Fade out
into the
Emotional music and go back to
the other
Oh,
slightly emotional music. Right, so you enter back into the warmth of the lounge. Shesha still sits there in the armchair, back towards the door. The ears again twitch as you enter, acknowledging your presence. They don't make any move. You know that you're invited to sit.
Yeah, I'll do so. I sit farther away this time. I'm just and I seem a bit awkward. I have my hands intertwined in my lap.
Aylin, like, not realizing personal bubble space, will just like sit next to you and put just a hand on your leg.
Oh.
Good old Aelin, so socially unaware.
Yeah, I gotta role play my bad skills.
Yeah. Yeah, so you settle down onto the couch. Shesha eyes each of you with those bright green eyes. And then lands on Nethrisa. I see that you've dealt with your burden. No.
Right.
You had questions.
Apologies. Sorry. Oh yes, apologies for the delay on that. I did have a question. She stands. In light of the recent news you've given us, I wish to ask to see if you have any information on... She pauses, and she reaches down and squeezes Aylin's hand. Firian Drenthor's awareness to him being revealed as our traitor.
There's a little twinge of a smile across the lips. The hands fold. You know the rules.
Right. And, if possible, for bargaining with a chip that I find rather important, I would ask one more in addition to that, if there's any information to be had. If there is awareness, or if there is not, I'm hoping to gain an advantage in a way to keep him from being alerted to this information if he's not already aware. And for this, for both, she sets aside her dress over her left side, and she shows the marking and specifically points to the other wing that the boon her mother has granted her.
Yes, that would suffice.
She nods.
Mist.
And I will
Mhm.
approach.
As you approach, there's an exhale from Shusha's mouth, and mist curls out of it and down their chest, out across their arm, to the fingertips which reach out, and gingerly, just with two, to tap the mark on your chest. And there's a tiny piercing like pins and needles there. And as they draw their fingertips away, you see two little trickles of blood where the sharpness of their razor-sharp claws just scratched the skin, and with it comes the second of the two wings, glowing slightly.
I think she winces slightly.
Mm-hmm.
But once it's pulled apart, she just exhales and opens her eyes and is like, all right. And then awaits the procedure.
They clasp it in their hand, almost seeming to crush it, and the glittering golden light infuses into the curling mist, which then sinks down into the stripes of their arm. They shut their eyes, and the green flares out from underneath their eyelids again, all of the stripes seeming to come alive and curl and twist like snakes, giving off a slight glow. Furian Drinthor is as yet unaware of your knowledge. The eyes open, and they are still glowing that bright green. They look in your direction, Netherese, but don't focus on you. Already you have discovered the gift that he left upon your necklace. Such magic cannot cross the planes. They have not seen into this place. Now, as the eyes fade and the stripes settle back into their dull colors. As for your advantage, is this my decision to make, or did you have a request?
She pauses for a second and then says, you who has access to more knowledge and more power than I ever could. I trust you. In a sense. To know what is most efficient.
They lean their head down for a moment, and you can see them pondering. From my clarification, you asked for a boon to make sure that they stayed unaware?
Yes.
A distraction. Turn their attention to someone else. For the moment, they trust that they have you all under their thumb. If they have other projects to attend to, other threads that have come loose, and for a time, they may not notice or watch as closely. I shall ensure information falls into other hands. Nothing to cause a stir in public. But someone that will keep them busy. Will this suffice?
She bows her head. Thank you.
And thank you.
Aelin
She steps back.
nods. She's like, that was really good.
Now listen, I may have lost my mind, but I know a good deal when I see one. My father made sure of that.
Still a member of the Cardinal Argi.
She smiles.
I don't think you have lost your mind. I don't think someone who'd lost their mind could make a deal that savvy.
Briefly, Kadra, briefly.
Okay, fair. Briefly. I'll grant you that one.
Only a momentary loss.
Momentary moment of insanity.
No. Was that all the questions that you had of me?
I
Or were
look to
there
the
more
others.
requests to be made?
I look to Abasan. Was there anything that you were wanting or had in mind?
I feel like we've been given an incredible bounty of boon already. I do not feel that I necessarily have a particular lean that I should lean towards in this regard.
I mean, I don't know much about it, but what about Aelin points to her eye, which is on the same eye that you have your curse mark. Or the mark.
Mhm.
She says, I don't know much about it, but like, she taps her eye. I mean, I don't know if...
Well, that's been dealt with. That's been dealt with for many decades at this point.
Oh, okay. Just a scar then.
Essentially.
Insight check.
Ooh.
Yeah. Abusant, make a... If you're really doing this, yeah, Abusant, make the deception check.
I believe. Okay. I would lean toward it being persuasion, but you know better than I do at this point, I think, with regards to that.
And they're both the same, so
True.
Uh-huh.
Very true.
make the check
Ow.
and no one will know which one it is. Well, you only have to beat an 8.
It's not gonna take. You only have to beat an 8.
Stranger things have happened.
Like,
Oh,
Hey.
Like that, yeah.
yeah, you put in a 1, not an
I did
X.
put-
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh,
Fuck.
jeez.
The one is still
Are-
there.
I am multiple degrees of doing this wrong. There we go.
4.
Oh my god. Okay, tell me. Spill the beans.
Okay.
Wait, message me. Message me.
Message you? Okay.
Wait, me or
Oh,
Or
I
Rex.
think Rex is...
I got this.
Okay.
Man, I just wonder what else.
Also, as a note, it's clear that like she's back to fairly normal, but she just looks so tired.
Yeah. 4 and a 3, so...
I'm not saying she's like insta fixed, you know, so it's not like
yeah.
she's
Yeah.
insanely good at this.
Would you like it up to heroism?
Nah, I think I'm good.
Yes,
Here,
a quick
here's
dose of
my drug.
heroinism.
Here's my drug. I
Oh,
call
no.
it. Here's my drug. I call it heroism.
Anyway,
Shit, that should be a drug. Anyways,
so
Um,
then there are no more requests.
hold on. Dang. You've given me so many notes and we have so many threads, but like, I mean, of course, can only think about so much at once anyways. He's given us information already about the location of the temple. He's helping us clear the manor. How?
Know who the master is and who betrayed us.
Yeah.
yeah, fuck. And now we know that he'll be distracted.
Yeah, he's advancing you through the manor. He's going to place you
Yes.
somewhere that you need to be and give you a hint on where you wish to go. He offered an exchange for the removal of barriers within the manor, some way to clear obstacles, but you never made that trade.
Yeah, we just got the info.
Yeah, do you want me to... Let me see what I got.
So it's up to you what you ask of them.
Aelin wants to put obstacles in front of the cult.
Well,
Mm.
that
But
depends
yeah,
on what you have to offer, yeah.
I know, right? I'm like,
I don't got much to offer left. Unless I want to take an extreme detriment to my character.
yeah. Here. Oh man, I can't do that. He'd be pissed.
What would be the most entertaining thing about me you would reveal?
They turn to consider you. GM has to think about that.
Oh, you know what? Well, I don't know if that would actually work.
The true nature of your birth.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Very interesting. Anyway.
I actually have something, Aelin, that I might be able to offer in exchange for that kind of help.
To put obstacles in front of the cult?
Yes.
Well,
I don't know if it's as valuable.
well, I guess the value would determine the obstacle that would be put in front of them. Because I can't think of any specific obstacles aside from hindering their movements and getting what they want in the archipelago.
She nods. And then she will return to standing, and she'll come forward. Shesham, I
Yes.
have an ability that I don't really know how I came across to begin with, that allows me to manipulate the magic I use in the instance that I am speaking of, it allows me to cast my spells at a farther range.
I see. Distant meta magic.
Yes.
I see. And in exchange, you wish me to lay obstacles in the path of your enemy?
I've never thought of them as specifically my enemy. I think they're just an enemy to the peace, but maybe that's just me. But
Well-
yes, in essence, yes.
You stand against them, therefore they are your enemies. The nature of the obstacles that you wish?
I looked at Aelin.
I'm thinkering.
Thinkering? I'm thinkering!
Hey, that's
What's
a mix
thinking?
of
Is that-
tinkering and thinking. I'm tinkering.
I too love thinkering.
I am tinkering. Hold on, legendary
Tinkering
quote.
this time.
Good. Okay, we've added a new word to the dictionary. You heard it here first, everyone.
Oh yeah.
I am
Tinkering.
tinkering.
It's a very sexy version of thinking.
So,
Hmm.
I'm actually thinking of obstacles that would prevent them, or hold on.
That would hinder them completing their mission on this island.
That would make it take longer for them to get what they want to advance their goals.
I see. This
'Cause
might be done.
Oh.
In whatever way I choose.
It can't involve. I do want to mention this, Aelin. This is a powerful entity, and you know this. This could come at the cost of killing others.
Right, not harming others, I suppose, then.
And we want it done with the condition that it does not harm anyone that is not involved with the cult.
Then I am allowed to harm members of this cult.
Well, we're gonna have to harm them anyway, so yeah.
Aelin kind of gives that like shrug of like
She thinks about this, and there's like a grimace in her face, and she's like, there's no way to determine their remorse or their doubt. Not now. This is war, Aelin. What are we willing to sacrifice, knowing that there possibly will be harm to those who may be manipulated into the cult, or those who don't truly believe but have to?
We can't save everyone.
Wise words.
I know difficult things must be done to accomplish such grand goals that we have.
I know that we can't avoid violence, but I'd like to avoid hurting those that do not have violence due to them.
I would make a counter offer.
She flicks her eyes back over.
That which you offer me is of little value. It is rarely used. You do not care for it. The obstacles that I would place would be small. A simple bump upon the road. Instead, I offer this. Their fingers curl around the edge of the chair again. Until now, the scales have been balanced. For everything that I have done, equal payment was offered. But I know the way of your world. When courting trust and allies, one must make payment. I would offer this. Once, at your choosing, I will interfere in this war for you. And I will ask nothing in return.
Aylin's eyes widen.
For this, the only cost I wish is that should I call upon your aid, you will give me due consideration and remember my generosity. I will not obligate you.
That sounds like a more than equitable deal.
It is frankly too favorable to us.
I mean,
Although,
such
at the
a
same
gracious
time,
offer.
I do. Well,
We
you
help
seem to
people
be
for
an.
free anyway, so
Well,
Wait, what?
They seem to be an entity that does not seem to care whether or not we make these deals. But for everything that you've given us, the payment is only due consideration to your favor.
Yes. In this instance, should you call upon me to interfere, I then ask, if I call upon you for aid, you give me due consideration and remember my generosity. I
I
would,
look to
of
the
course, wish that you would respond favorably in that instance. But I shall choose not to obligate you.
I mean, that kind of personality and generosity does go a long way, I think, with us. And I feel like it's it would be rude of me to say no. And
It
I
would also be
think
stupid of us to say no.
Aelin kind of chuckles at that. It's like, yeah. And this act of yours will definitely weigh greatly upon us and
I
our
was this
minds.
close to when you said I, this, your. I was about to say yes, Salen. Those are nouns.
Amazing,
Fucking
amazing.
roasted?
Yes. Yes, this offer definitely will weigh greatly with us in a positive way in future dealings. We, I think, would be honored to accept such a deal. If everyone else is in agreement.
I'm in agreement.
I think it's a
I
good
as
idea.
well.
Excellent. They clap their hands together and then pull them apart, and mist fills the space in between, curling into this tiny marble. And they gently hold it out to you.
I look to
Aelin.
Aelin to pick it up.
Yeah, Aelin like stands up and goes and takes it.
When you wish for me to come, break this. I will answer your call. Make your request at the time that you break it. But when I arrive, there's a bit of a grin, and you see the cheeks split again like putty. Those sharp, glistening teeth going ear to ear. It will be spectacular.
And no one else can break this and do the same thing, right?
No. It is bound only to you. 4.
Thank you. And Aelin takes it with a bow and, like, you know, walks backwards to her seat.
Well, I don't know if it's even possible to overstay a welcome to some entity such as yourself, but unless we have something else, I feel a sense of urgency to return.
A final deal, then. An offer. Leave with
Go
me the necklace that you bear. They point at Nethrisa. And I shall remove an obstacle from within the manor for you.
Whoa,
can't.
wait. No,
I
that
yeah,
would be...
No, we can't.
I look down at it.
Well, actually, no.
It's
no,
in my
no,
hand.
I think we can, actually.
We
And-
said
and then I
we
look
lost
up
it.
and
Yeah,
I
you're
say,
right. We'd say we lost it.
if I say I lost it, and it's still here where he can't look, it's just gone.
Right. And if anything, if he did try to scry on you recently and was unable to, he would already have the knowledge that you had been taken somewhere. And then we can make stuff up.
Actually, no, we don't.
Oh?
I mean, after it's gone, I
He offered
suppose
us
I have.
payment. He offered us payment for the necklace. It seemed the necklace can be replaced, so what was the harm?
Right.
It's the truth.
Oh.
Lies tempered with truth are the best kind.
The best part is that's not actually a lie.
Yeah, he offered to remove an obstacle for the necklace. That sounds very fair.
I don't suppose revealing that this deal was made with a Cheshire would be very good to mention.
Okay.
Alright.
I think the fact that we know that he is a Cheshire should never leave this room.
Okay.
I don't think we should mention it to anybody that we made deals with the Cheshire.
I know. She's kind of staring down into the emerald. And there's that look of sadness and pain still. Well, she'll cross the floor again and lift up her tiny hand. The necklace dangling upwards towards the Cheshire.
They take it. in their hand, cupping their claws around it as you dangle the chain and then let it drop. Their fingers close around it, and there's that wispy glow as they pluck some kind of energy out of it and form the same glowing white orb which they happily devour. And when they open their hand, the necklace is gone. The eyes glow green. The stripes twirl and twist and light. And for a moment, you see them clasp their hands in front of them, and their body becomes mist. And they vanish. And then, in an instant, return. And in their hands are 3 blue knives that glow slightly. These, they set onto the table. Three of 5 that you need.
Oh. As a note, when Nathrisa dangled the necklace and handed it over, she whispered, "Goodbye, Fifi."
Aww.
Sorry, I had to add the drama. Anyways, yeah, and she looks down at the blades and is like, I don't think any of us have even seen these within the manor yet, so this is quite helpful.
Yes.
I'm awkward with blades, but I just kind of like awkwardly gather them up and like put them in my little pouch.
Yeah. They look very well made, silvered. Actually not silvered. No, it appears that the blades are either plated or made from electrum. That blue tint to them gives it away. But you gather them up. You can see like there are runes that are set onto them, and you put them away. Do you recall the knowledge that I gave you last night?
I have it written in my notes, but if you want to recap it, or I could read it.
You can go ahead and read it.
So there's a lore bit, but then there's the I guess real info. 2 hearts lie below the manor, 1 heart of the lady herself. Kill this should kill the house if we wish, but it's not necessarily to our goals. The second goal is that of the second heart is that of the Leshen, which is bound by 5 totems. Throughout the manor, there are 5 knives. Break the 5 knives upon the totems, and it will break the barrier that guards the heart of the Leshen. This heart may be destroyed if we wish, because it makes the Leshen mortal. In another dozen years or so, it would die on its own, but it would be easier to be killed. Rin seeks out the heart, seeks the heart to aid them in whatever their cause is, and they may aid us in return if we give him the heart. Or we could not destroy the heart and give it to the Leshen. To Ren, actually. Don't destroy the heart and give it to Ren. He has his ways of dealing with the Leshen. The manor is full of anger and spirits. There is one in a secret hidden room in a ritual chamber which hides Anzhao. Speak with her spirit, and instead she may grant us the heart of the creature And if we bring it back to the creature, its anger may be calmed. However, Rin would be furious. One way or another, we'll probably have to kill one.
Ah, fuck.
Kill Rin or kill the Leshen.
Or kill the house, right?
No, we're gonna do that anyways.
Killing
Oh,
the
okay,
house
okay.
is
I kind of
separate.
figured.
Killing the house is optional, but
Yes.
We're definitely killing the house if we have the option.
Yeah. I mean, I think we should.
I'm all about vengeance.
Mhm.
Right now.
We could wait to kill the house
The
and let
Angel of
Anaju
War.
do it. But then again, the house might retaliate against us, sure to find out what our plan is. Because she is the house.
What if I
Yeah.
wanted to keep the house? Huh?
Nah, we burning this bitch down.
Look, me and Cadre were making plans. This is where we send our prisoners.
just let them get eaten by the house.
Yeah. You don't wish to
We didn't
cooperate?
kill them. Our house killed them, Your Honor.
Our house did.
Yes, our pet house.
Yeah,
Her name is Olinda. Or what's it?
It's
Oh,
Valencia. Calendula.
Calendula's the family name.
Oh.
Tara...
Palet? No.
Taraushia? I don't know how to pronounce the name.
Hold on. I have this.
Talendula. No.
Oh, no. Kanosima.
Yes, there we go.
Kanosima.
Kanosima Calendula.
She killed him, Your Honor. Anyways, yes, I vote we find the spirit. The spirit may grant us the heart. The only thing is that if we find the spirit, then the house will try to kill us. But if we kill the house first, and then try to kill the Leshen, then the Leshen will try to kill us while we're inside the house. Dang. Order of operations.
Yeah. Okay, so killing
I
the house
ask
for sure.
because I wish to know where you wish to go. We made a deal. I would deposit you in a place that would hasten your path, but I must know which path you wish to take.
Okay. So we're not killing the Leshen is an option. Is that correct? Like we can calm its spirit.
Yeah,
I think
out of character, correct. There, Shesha mentioned that should you treat with the spirit of Anujao, if you are able to find her, then there is the possibility of convincing her to gift you the heart, which will allow you then to take it to the Leshen.
Yes.
And then if you return it to the Leshen with Anujao's blessing, you might be able to quell its anger and maybe treat with it.
Yeah.
So that's one option.
I am on that option.
Aelin is too, because she's a big, like, tree hugger.
It's not even about tree hugging, it's the fact that this crazy
Right
old
thing to
bitch
do.
was being straight up abusive and cruel, and they did nothing to deserve what they got. And so I think freeing them from this would be the best option.
Yeah.
Even if we have to fight Ren.
He's a crazy monster guy. I was ready to kill him anyways. He's just gonna be a hard enemy.
What if we just run away? Running away is always an option.
From him, a hunter, a guy who's going after this Leshen by himself. We can't outrun this hound.
Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out real quick.
I can fly.
So we do, yeah. So real quick. Someone banish him, and then we just fly away.
Yeah, then he hunts us down back to the capital and kills everyone.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, we're gonna have to kill Ren. So I think we should be brought to the hidden chamber of Anujao.
Okay. Are we all on the same? Oh, actually, yeah. Cadre,
Yeah, that's great. Actually, that's a really good one.
Apasan. Oh, he
I
did.
think hidden chamber. No, I'm here. It's no hidden.
Yeah.
I agree with the hidden chamber.
Yeah,
They did say murder was going to be a requirement for this mission.
Oh, indeed.
Murder is a requirement for this mission.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what what fucking Iceland said?
Yeah.
One way or another,
Mhm.
murder would have been. Oh, for fuck's sake, my camera just froze again.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, I
know
say
why
of all-
it specifically fucking does this on D&D nights.
Oh.
So
It doesn't
pray
do it on other
we
streams.
can get the heart from Anujao, quell her spirit, then gift the heart to the Leshen, quell its anger, and then might be able to negotiate with it. Which, to be honest, I
So-
wouldn't be opposed to that.
I
Either.
would love to be able to just say, please be free and return to the spirit world. Fuck. Like, don't let this anger anchor you here.
They stole the
So-
heart that's inside you.
Very
We wish to
well.
find
Know
Ghosty
your
Lady.
name.
You wish, then, to meet this spirit.
In as peaceful way as we can.
Very well.
Apusan, help!
Yes. Oh dear.
How do we deal with angry spirits of ancient, powerful witches of the weird, or not of the weird, of the witching way?
I think that falls a little out of my expertise and my knowledge, but
Oh, the
Yes.
Well, if we
Sure.
appear, could we like appear as least hostile as possible?
I will not deposit you directly into the place where she lies, but I shall deposit you in a place that will hasten your path and give you a clue as to how to proceed. This was the deal.
That makes sense.
Go.
Alright.
Then when you are prepared to leave, let me know.
Okay. Okay. Real quick, y'all. We never made a deal with the Sheshar. Our story is that we were whisked away while in the manor, and this entity required payment, as it found entertainment with us in our trapped situation to remove obstacles in our way.
Oh, you know what? I have an extra layer to this. I'll tell Fifi that I was told to give up my most prized possession, and in that case, I had to give away my necklace.
that was good.
But that's gonna be a lie.
She like
You're
furrows her
worried about
brow.
lying now?
Oh, is it? I'm sorry, I don't know. Was
well,
it?
The key thing was I was trying to avoid any actual lies.
Who said it was once?
It wasn't.
might have-
Once was.
At one point, it was not a lie.
I took it as payment because its sentiment was still great.
Ah, well then. That answers
Took
the
a
question.
item of great sentiment. I just imagine Farion is like, why didn't you give her something else?
I'm like, what should I give? My fucking life? My left tit? My favorite left tit?
My favorite left tit? Not the least favorite left tit, the favorite left tit.
So you have two. Wait, do you have two?
I don't
left
have two left feet, but I do have two left tits.
Yes.
Was there different? I figured they're both just round.
One is minuscule.
Oh, okay.
Anyways.
Alright. So. Then if you are decided, shall I return you?
Yes. And from now on, we talk into the memory stone.
Very well. They rise from their chair, standing tall over all of you. They're hunched back, doing very little to reduce their staggering height. You can see fully their bony, skeletal, monstrous figure. And they eye you all one last time. A little quirk to the face. And then turn towards the door. And as they touch the door, there's a brief flash of mist out from their hand that traces the door frame. And when they open it, it is not the foyer that you see. Instead, a different room lies beyond, and they gesture out into it.
It was a pleasure. And she gives a bow.
It was entertaining.
I'm glad we could provide that.
Alright. You all exit the room.
Yep.
They hold the door open as you exit one after the other. And as you glance back over your shoulder, you see just this open doorway in the air in which the Cheshire stands, eyeing you. You walk out into what looks like a different lounge, much older. I'm going to change the music. We'll do Evil's Approach, because that's fun. Let me post it. Yeah, there we go. The room that you step into is old and decrepit, just like you're used to, like you recall most of the manor. You see a set of double doors to your right. Tucked into the left-hand corner of this room is a piano, a grand piano, in decent condition, though some of the keys look a bit off-kilter and there's a thick layer of dust. One moment.
Only I could take this with me.
There's a painting hanging on the wall. You see two end tables with vases on them. And a small little side table set up against the far wall. Past the floating doorway in space is an open section where instead of a wall there are pillars and a banister that look out into the hall of the second floor. You are on the third. And across that hall there is a ledge on which various things are arranged, and lanterns hang from the ceiling here at various heights and in various colors. At one point, before the glass was broken and 1,000 years had passed, would have lit the hall below. As Shusha stands in the open doorway, they stare out at you. As per agreement, only 1 hour has passed in this world.
Oh, damn.
Here is your
Shit.
clue. Music will open the way forward. Look closely. You'll find everything you need here.
Curious.
Lastly, to find the spirit you seek, listen to the other, no matter how mad their ramblings may seem. You'll find a clue within them. Good luck. Slowly the door closes, and then it dissolves slowly into mist, which seeps in a purplish spread down to the floor, curling out before vanishing and leaving your group alone.
Aylin's just looking back in like this awe, like, wow, that just happened.
I feel like the past 10 hours have been the longest of my life. And only an hour has passed.
Aylin, like, tugs at her necklace, which is a amulet of non-detection. And she just said, well, let's just be wary of our words.
Do I see anything music related on the walls, aside on the walls?
Well, you see the piano, obviously,
I meant on the wall.
Yes, do make an investigation check for me.
13.
Oh,
Oh, wrong channel. Sorry.
I will say
Oops.
that
Are you using your glasses, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, make a
Oh.
second roll then.
I'll do this in rolls. Nat 20.
oh,
For 26. Fabulous. Aylin, were you going to say something?
hold on, I'm typing.
Okay. Kadra, you begin to scan the walls, looking very closely at everything in the room. You can see the tattered wallpaper, and disturbingly, as you kind of lean in close, there's a crack in the wall where the wood has splintered out, and it moves slightly in and out, creaking a bit, almost like it's breathing.
I
And as
fucking
you
knew it.
kind of shiver away from that, and look for something else to distract yourself, instead, you see the painting. And something about it catches your eye. Kadri, what instruments are you proficient in again?
Hold on.
Bard.
I believe it's piano, guitar, violin.
Okay. I know violin, of course. But piano, excellent. Your eyes land on the painting. It depicts marble columns with some scenery behind them. The columns of this picture alternate black and white. Several of them collapsed. So it's like this painted portrait of some broken, almost Grecian pagoda. A man leans in despair against the first white column. But as you lean in and you look closely, the first column is faintly labeled with the letter C, almost like a ghost image over it. The columns that are left standing in the picture are as follows. The third column which is white. The 9th column, also white. The 11th, also white. And the 17th, which is also white. The 6th and the 14th column, which would be black, are entirely missing. And it strikes you with a 26 that the order that these are placed in are like piano keys. The chord depicted would be D sus4, D, G, A, D.
Wait, what? D, G. Oh. Yeah, so.
Played in C minor. Or, sorry, C, if that's a thing.
You pull back from the painting as that realization strikes you, and you begin to look around the room. You see the piano there, and you recognize that the legs are attached to the floor. And you think that you may be onto something now. It is
D, G, A, D. Okay. And the. Oh. Cadre walks over to the piano and looks at the keys that are slightly off kilter.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of them is C?
As you... First of all, do you say anything to the rest of the party?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so Cadre points this out.
They're
Oh,
piano
very,
keys.
very
He
interesting.
did say music was the way, right?
Yes, he did. This painting has.
Is there any music sheets? Or
Well,
I
the
start looking around
painting
the
is
room for music sheets.
Technically a chord. D, G,
Oh.
A, D. It's D sus4. Which.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did you just play that?
Piano. It looks like it's attached to the floor. Oh. It's the musician's version of the hidden book in a bookcase.
Yes.
What's EDGAD?
As you consider this, all of you begin to look around the room, and you see that there's several more things in the room. There's the painting, of course. There's a low bookcase. There's the hanging lanterns. There's sets of vases on tables. There's a little chessboard in the room. There is a checkerboard pattern to the carpet on the floor. There are stripes of peeling wallpaper. The room itself is remarkably preserved, and you consider what else might the room hide. But as you begin to consider this secret, the keys that you need to proceed, we are going to call the session to a close because it is now 2:30.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was on my last physical crutches
Yes.
and emotional.
Lots
Fabulous.
of legendary quotes today.
Lots of legendary quotes today. But
It's gonna be a goddamn whiplash watching this video back.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it.
hell yes. Oh, I love it. So much emotional scarring today. Well, all the emotional scarring was last week. Now we're just in the emotional catharsis stage.
Very, very tasty.
Man, it's so lovely to get to play a fully realized Shasha.
Right?
Yes.
That is awesome. Dude, I can't believe he's like allies.
Yeah.
He's
Okay,
having fun.
just wondering.
Mhm.
I feel like that the reason why he put that out there is because of all of the questions that Aelin started posing. That made him maybe think a little differently about us.
They
Aelin.
have their reasons. You can
Mhm.
guess. They're a very interesting creature, but you can't be sure. And yes, Dante, ruining that 18 with the 2 + 8 + 8. Indeed. I'm keeping your 11, by the way, that you made me roll in mind, but we didn't have enough time to apply that this week. So I'll save that for next session.
Oh, terrifying. What will it do?
Also, thank you so much for the follow, Caffeinated Trash Panda. I appreciate you actually coming in. I hope that you didn't miss too much. I know that you were wanting to see some of the session. I don't know if you tuned in just at the end or not.
Oh yeah, there was some really good stuff in the beginning, in the middle, and then of course at the end.
Yeah, the whole thing. In other words, the whole damn thing. Yeah.
That really
Delicious
down, yeah.
sandwich.
Okay, there
the beginning, the middle, and the end.
there is always our like intros, which is just us hanging out and talking. So you can, if you want to go straight to the session, you can just skip the intro.
Yeah, I should remember in the future to set a stream marker for when the hangout is over.
Right.
But essentially,
Should be around like 30 minutes in.
I go live at 9:50. 10-minute interlude of warm-up for people to arrive, then 30 minutes of us talking. So if you skip to 40 minutes, that's the actual start of the session. But yeah, really appreciate everybody who came out to watch. We're all so happy to share this game with you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely.
Aelin, just doing these questions to the Cheshire, like, oh, a being of unfathomable power. Let me play 20 questions with you, like.
What's your mother's name?
What's your mother's maiden name and your social security number?
Where were you? Aelin didn't do that.
Aelin would.
Almost.
But I would.
Is there anything that you hate or dislike? Like, why would I give you my weaknesses, mortal?
My favorite one is, quick question, are you mortal? Like,
can you be killed?
Are you? No. Okay,
just
maybe.
Out of curiosity.
Okay, guys, I came up with all these questions on 15 minutes on my break. My thought was, does he age? Sorry, do they age? Like, I wasn't thinking of, are you a lich? Are you immortal?
Yeah.
I was thinking.
But that's how it
you
came
live
out,
forever.
and it was fucking hilarious. Josh is just sitting there like, the fuck are you trying to kill me or something?
How much are you worth?
Also, Dante, absolutely. Good. Imagine Abusand if that roll hadn't passed and you didn't know.
Just from conjecture, we would know for sure.
Yeah.
It would change everything.
And Trash Panda, yes, I'm super excited for you to tune in next week. The players have been spending the last.
What roll passed?
The roll to identify the amulet.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Only passed because of the max roll on the inspiration.
Yep. Do make sure that you make sure that you mark off that inspiration point, Cadre.
Yes.
But yeah, Trash Panda, super excited. Oh, whoop, that's Skyrim music. That's okay. It only played a few seconds. Anyway, super excited for you to tune in next week. The players have been spending the last several sessions making their way through this haunted manor that I built for them, and they've just been given a way to accelerate that process. So we should be exiting this little.
We'd be here another month.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so 4 sessions later, we will be in this manor.
It
Okay,
depends on what
we
you
are
guys
very
want.
thorough, and this manor is huge. Just saying, guys.
It's huge, it's twisted, and you guys panic at every sound because I have prided myself in doing a good job of making you fear the things in here.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I have to say goodnight because I'm about to pass out.
Absolutely.
Alright.
Very much same.
But thank you so much, Oppa-san. Let's get that bread and that sleep.
Mhm.
Hell yes. So say
I love y'all.
goodbye. Say goodnight to the players, everybody. And then once they're off to bed, I'll do the little outro for us.
All right, good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, my dears, and I will see you next week. Good morning, indeed, Dante. Well, with that then, I thank you all again, my loves, for tuning in and watching us. We appreciate each and every one of you. We will be live again next Saturday, same time, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. However, the weekend after that, we most likely will not have a session. I believe I brought this up to the players, because while we're not technically attending MFF, we do have friends that are coming up to visit for that weekend that we haven't seen in a long time.
Which weekend?
The weekend of not next weekend, but the weekend after that. Hold on, wait, let me pull up my
December
calendar.
4th?
Yes, I believe so. Babe,
Oh.
they're here 2nd through the 7th, right?
Yes.
Right, the 4th.
Okay. On the 11th, I might be able to join, but I may not. I am going to be out of state visiting a friend.
Okay. So long as you're the only absence, we can carry on. Especially if it's still in the manor, which it might be.
Yeah.
In any case, tune in next week, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Tune in to, I guess today now, that would be Sunday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time if you want to catch Homebrew Helper, where we create homebrew content live from your suggestions. So bring your suggestions, anything from a word to a concept to a picture, whatever you'd like, and I will construct stuff live on stream or review your own D&D 5e homebrew content and help you tweak and tune it. Just no classes, please. That's too much to do. Take too much time. Items, spells, that sort of thing, please. Fantastic. Well, then last couple of things as I decide who we are going to raid tonight. As always, if you enjoy the content, please consider dropping a subscription. If you don't want to subscribe to the channel, we do have a Patreon, patreon.com/thegrinninggamer. It's just $1 a month for general support for the channel. $3 a month gets you access to premium homebrew content. That includes the Etheric Transcriptor, the Knowledge System, the Absorbing Shield, the Bolts of Scrying, things like this that I release on occasion. Helps support the channel. We do also have merch, which I will put that up. Again, we're slowly building up the merch store. Oh, never mind, ignore that. Through Teespring.
Ignore.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for that. We have a Discord. I do want to give a shout out to Caffeinated Trash Panda because their streams are adorable, so we have that. Check them out. The music that you're listening to is courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music. You can find them on YouTube or on Patreon at Tabletop RPG Music. And other than that, I think that we're covered. So I will take any suggestions for raids if anybody has some.
If I streamed this late, I would say me, but I don't.
Well, you have to be streaming at the time that I raid anyway. So,
Yeah.
Fabulous. Well then, if we have no suggestions, we'll raid out to Timber because he is hilarious.
Alright. See you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Indeed. Love you all. I'll see you all next week, and in the meantime, keep grinning, gamers.